Looks like
Just waiting for the last few people to come in. Okay. All right, I'm going to call this meeting of the Issaquah School Board to order for Thursday, January 28th. The board has been in executive session with respect to collective bargaining. We have paused that session and we may continue it after the meeting. And I will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, where'd my, oh, there we go. I was gonna say, where did my board go? All right, thank you very much. And the first thing on our agenda is student input. We have, hopefully I'll get names right. We have Alexandra Singarianu, I probably mangled that, Anano Munoz, and Dale Lincecum, all from Skyline High School. There's 3 of them because Skyline had an odd number of people and I made an executive decision that it was okay to have 3 kids. So I will let the 3 of you decide who goes first, what you want to say, take it away, and just be sure to turn your camera on and unmute so we can hear you and see you.
Hey, so we said I would go first, so I'll just get started then. Good evening. My name is Nana Munoz, and I am the ASB treasurer at Skyline. Before this meeting, Mr. Grantham, the ASB advisor, sent me some questions for me to think about and answer as I'm speaking here. And I've decided that I'm going to talk about some things that have happened at school lately that my classmates and I have found challenging or rewarding. To be honest, there have been very few things that in the past few months that have been rewarding. It goes without saying that this has been a very difficult year for everyone, so I imagine that doesn't come as much of a surprise. While the rewards are few, oftentimes it feels like the challenges are endless. I will start with the main challenge that everyone my age is facing, which is online learning. We started doing school on our computers all the way back in April, and the last time that I sat in a classroom was on March 12th, 2020. That was 322 days ago. I know because I've been keeping count on a whiteboard in my room, and it has been 322 days since I last had a class where I was able to learn without any issues and where I was fully engaged. I want to be clear that this is not a dig at my teachers. Every teacher I've had has done everything in their power to make the best of the situation and to make their classes as interesting and informative as possible. If there's one thing that I've learned in this pandemic, it's that teaching really is a heroic profession. Honestly, it's just extremely difficult, sometimes impossible to learn online. It's a mentally draining experience. Staring at a screen for 6 hours
teaching is a corrupt.
Staring at a screen for 6 hours is incredibly unfulfilling, and no matter how many notes I take, I still log off feeling like I haven't learned anything. Zoom classes are awkward and breakout rooms are even more so. Unmuting yourself to ask a question or even using the chat feature takes a lot more courage than people think.
Keeps muting.
So what often happens is that you just don't ask your question and then you've missed out on crucial information. Student grades are suffering from this. I recently read that the ISD is giving students who fail a class a no credit on their transcript instead of an F. I applaud this move. I think it's a great idea and something that will help struggling students. But the mere fact that it happened shows that many more students are failing classes than in a regular year. While the classes themselves are difficult to engage in already, it only makes it worse that we no longer benefit from the social experiences that regular school provides. Look, I'm fortunate to have a family that supports and loves me and friends that I can reach out to if I'm feeling down. And even with that strong support system in place, there have been times throughout this year that I have been seriously depressed. I can't begin to imagine what this year has been like for people who don't have the support system that I have at home. In normal times, these students would have that support system at school, but we don't have regular social interactions anymore at school. Online learning was always meant to be a temporary measure, something to keep us learning until we could safely return to a hybrid model and receive at least some of our education in person. We have now been in online learning since April 2020. which some of you may notice is almost a full year ago. And this is starting to feel like anything but temporary. It really doesn't help that the ISD hasn't released a plan for returning grades 4 through 12 to some sort of in-person instruction. I understand that there are many moving parts to reopening schools, but the ISD should at least release to the public what they hope reopening will look like, even if the final plan is different. Just to provide a contrast, I searched the Lake Washington School District website for their plan to phase in hybrid learning, and within 30 seconds, I had my answer. The LWSD plans to return high schoolers to a hybrid model in March 2021. I spent a full 2 hours looking for the ISD's plan, and all I came away with was a feeling of sadness and disappointment, because it seems like the ISD has no plan. Last year, the ISD was caught off guard with the arrival of the pandemic, and because of that, we had no instruction whatsoever from March 13th to April 20th. What happens if next month, the number of COVID cases falls drastically and the ISD is able to vaccinate every teacher in the district? Will we remain in this online learning format simply because there's no plan to do otherwise? To me, that's not a valid course of action. As I've said, we need to go back to teaching students in classrooms because what we're doing right now is not working. Reopen our schools, do it safely, follow the science and the experts, but do it. Give us the education that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I certainly appreciate your honesty, and I think we're all aware that this is really difficult, and we would like to shift out of it as soon as we can. Is it Dale or Alexander coming next? Alex, can you unmute? No. Now can you unmute? There you go.
Okay.
I have the magic touch.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me and giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts tonight. My name is Alex Singaranu, and I'm the ASD president at Skyline High School. My thoughts are guided from the question, if you could change something at your school or about your education, what would it be? All right. So this school year started off incredibly optimistic, arguably one of the better scenarios to start with, given the circumstances at the time. On the first day of school, cameras filled my screen and I went through the day being given messages of hope and persistence in every class, and I trusted that we were in good hands and we would find a resolution soon. However, it didn't surprise me that not even a week later, the majority of online classrooms went silent. As weeks went on with no news, no announcements of progress, more and more cameras went off. At this rate, people realized that they shouldn't expect any news of there being progress made on plans to return us safely. The relationships we thought we'd say goodbye to in June were ending in October, November, and so on. I'd also add, though, that I'm aware of how difficult this has been to our teachers to teach in these conditions. Talking to Black Squares is not an easy job for anyone, and their willingness to come to teaching us is more than appreciated. One of the few constants we've had in all this has been our teachers' presence every day. Their desire to be there for us, to teach us, to answer any questions we might have, has helped us navigate the online school experience. One of the more difficult things that I deal with on a daily basis is telling people whether I go to school or not. The second I tell somebody I'm a senior in high school, their eyes drop and it's the same phrase, "I'm so sorry for you." In September, I was optimistic and told them there's no need to be sorry, that there was so much time in the school year left to make plans. Well, it's almost February, I'm in my last semester of high school, and I stopped responding to these reactions. I'm a firm believer that where there's a will, there's a way. To speak from personal experience, I decided to get a job in the spring of last year after the closure was extended. Work has now become my social interaction every day, what school used to be. For almost 8 months now, I interact with tens, if not hundreds, of maskless customers daily in the drive-thru. God willing, I've yet to come down with any sickness. I've been doing this by wearing a face mask, repeatedly washing my hands, sanitizing surfaces religiously. My coworkers and I, we follow the guidelines, we follow the CDC recommendations, and it keeps us safe. The will to allow ourselves to be both present and safe in our building is there, so we found a way to do it properly. This is what should be done for our schools. As we've heard from the very beginning of the pandemic, we're all going through this at the same time. We're all in this together. I strongly believe that this should apply to the building of the plan for us to go back to school. As much as we students would love to go back to our schools, we absolutely understand the teachers' positions as well. They have themselves and their own families to protect, and coming to school in person may have the potential to put them at risk. We understand that there is no guarantee of zero risk transmission. Anytime we step out of our homes, really, there is a risk. But it's up to all of us to take care and protect each other. So To answer the original question, if there was one thing in my school I wish we could change, I would urge that we start following the facts, not the fears, so that we can come back together safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale.
Hello, I'm Dale Issaquah. I'm the Director of Assemblies at Skyline. And the question that I'm going to be answering is, what one thing happening at school has made you feel outside your comfort zone and helped you grow as a person? So something that I've really enjoyed at Skyline has been the social lunches. After such a long period of time without seeing many people or interacting with people that were not my immediate friends, I was actually pretty nervous to return to online school this fall. I was worried that I wouldn't know how to engage with other students, but more than my worry was the fact that I just missed seeing my school friends. I have attended 2 of Skyline's social lunches, and I have loved them both. First off, it's super nice to be able to see the faces of my peers, and it returns a sense of normalcy to my life. I think that getting to choose your breakout room and what you want to spend the social lunch doing is a really cool concept, because it's a lot more natural to go and talk about something you like with your classmates and mimics a natural classroom environment. All of the awkward breakout room tension falls away, and it's so much fun to just have a normal conversation with people that I might not even know yet. Secondly, I think it's a very inviting environment for students. It does take a bit of courage to join after such a long time of missing that social interaction, but I really do think that once a student joins once, it's way less intimidating the second time. After attending at least 2 of these social lunches, I have found myself more excited about school and getting to know my classmates as I would have been in an in-person environment. It has definitely boosted my mental health to simply have fun conversations with peers again, and I would love for these to continue. And then the second question that I'm going to be answering is, what is one creative or artistic project you and your classmates have participated in recently? And so recently I got to complete a creative project for my 11th grade humanities class that I really enjoyed. We were given around 6 different creative formats to choose from and lots of creative freedom in how to carry these out. I myself got to create a playlist that I felt best described the chapters of The Great Gatsby, and I loved a lot of things about this project. First of all, I liked that it was another way for me to show my understanding. Especially from an online standpoint, I think that it's very important for students to have the opportunity to express what they've learned in a way that makes sense for them. Another thing that I liked about this project was how much it was like pretty low stress. Although I had to write a justification paper to go with it, I never felt too overwhelmed, and it was relaxing to just listen to music and do my project. After a few months of online school, it was really nice to have an opportunity to use my creativity. It's been quite a long time since I've had to push myself to be creative and think about things differently, and I found myself understanding the book a lot better. And now my teachers can see more of the way I think. Creative projects have always been my favorite part of school in person, so having an opportunity to complete one in online school provides students with a sense of normalcy, which can be extremely comforting in a time like this. Thank you so much for having us.
Well, thank you very much to all 3 of you. I appreciate your very thoughtful and considered and honest comments. I know this has been an incredibly hard year. We are working towards bringing students back in a hybrid, and what you're not going to want to hear is that we're starting with our youngest learners. So we K1, then 2, 3. We will make it to high school, but it's not moving as quickly as we would have liked. But hang in there, and thank you so much for your input. Next on, and also students, feel free to hang around and participate in the other agenda items. If you've got input that you'd like to share with the board, raise your hand or turn on your camera and do this, and we will be more than happy to have you participate. Marnie.
Our third student had something that had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see him.
It turned his camera off. So if he wants to come back.
Oh, I see that they're not students. Sorry?
He's listed as Megan.
Yeah,
Oh.
let me turn my.
It won't let, oh, hang on.
All right, there we go.
Oh, there you are. I'm sorry.
Hi.
Yeah, Megan threw me.
Yeah, it's my cousin's laptop. But my name is Marcus Ball, and I was a junior at Skyline High School, but recently on January 14th, I transferred down to a school in Farmington so I could go to school in person and so I could play lacrosse, because I'm really hoping that to pursue my future in that. And I'm really fortunate to have loving parents that are willing to sacrifice letting their child go on and live in a completely different state and not know anyone. It's been really hard. And to find my way around, meet new people and everything. But it was all because I thought it was really important and I was really struggling in online school. And the fact that I had to leave I have 4 younger brothers and a 2-year-old younger brother who won't even remember who I am by the time that I go back. And that makes me really sad. And I've had lots of friends that have really struggled during the online school. And I know that it's been really hard for everyone, like everyone keeps saying, but I really think people should have the choice to be able to go back to school, because just telling people that no, you can never go back to school, I think that's just not the right way to go about this. And online school wouldn't be that hard if we knew that, like, at least like the whole country is doing it, the whole world is doing it. But no, there's plenty of different states that are doing hybrid learning or are in person, like my current school that I'm going to, and everyone wears masks. Everyone is doing great. And if you don't want to go, you don't have to. You can join online and people can learn that way if they so please. But I think that giving the option to kids is the best opportunity. So I really thank you guys for keeping an open mind and having us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so we're going to move to public input. Actually, I need to back up a little bit. This is going to be a tricky meeting. We have a lot on the agenda, and at 10 o'clock, everyone who's in the district office is going to lose internet. So as much as I want to have lots of public input, we do have a very crowded agenda, and I am going to have to limit it somewhat. I will apologize for that up front. You can always email the board. We read each and every email. So if for some reason you get cut off and are not able to give public input, don't worry, because you still have the opportunity to contact us in writing. We will have a period now for public input for items not on the agenda. So if you are wanting to talk about reopening schools, not reopening schools, mental health, graduation rates, or equity, this is not the time for you to talk. If you have general public input on some other topic, then this is the time for you to talk. And I'm going to ask that you state your name and attendance area. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes. Know that the board does not respond to public input or answer questions. Please keep your remarks civil, because we like it when everybody plays nice. And I think that's all the rules. So if there is public input for things not on the agenda, please raise your hand. And I have hands. So Jenna Wynn. And if you can turn on your camera and unmute, or if you can't unmute, I will unmute you, but you have to turn on your camera or I can't see you. Okay. Can you unmute?
Yeah, I call an agenda item, so I'll wait.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Whitney Gardner.
Great. I'm getting my video on. As you all know, it's a multiple step process to get everything going.
I understand.
So I'm here to give us a brief overview of some very important terms that people don't seem to understand. The first term being the freedom of speech. Everyone must recognize that it's not absolute and that there are common limitations or boundaries. One of them is classified information. Then there's the FERPA policy, which is the Family Education Rights Privacy Act, which is specific to private and confidential information about students and their families. Quick lesson in the difference between the state and the federal constitution. The Washington state constitution says that we can only grant more rights under to people than federal law, which means the Constitution of Washington can only give people more privacy rights, not less privacy rights, and a term that everybody seems to not understand, which is need to know basis. Specifically, an example of that is that if somebody from the building or Issaquah School District doesn't need to have the information, they're not entitled to it. For example, the high school football coach doesn't need to know which girls from the high school soccer team showed up and got caught drinking at a party. And the high school girls soccer coach doesn't need to know which ones of the football players are on academic probation. Those are not need to know situations. Some recent quotes that I have found terribly disturbing from non-district employees about our Issaquah School District students. This information was provided to me from a district source as a request to publish to actually squelch panic instead of its site. Jane Doe responds to an email saying she'd seen it on there. So when she's verified the info, that's what she'll use and she won't use it from me. I assume that means she'll be getting it from other people like Sally Smith. Private information about students and their family from Issaquah Middle School and Apollo Middle School were released. I already legally completed a public records disclosure through our public records officer, Trisha Romo. I have looked through it. None of the information that was publicly made available is in that public records disclosure. The information was leaked by people within the Issaquah School District. Another term, I do what I want. Wow. I had no idea that when you were a volunteer in a school building or a teacher, you could report and speak anytime about what you want about families and children that are within the building. This one's particularly hard for me.
Whitney,
5 circus animals they keep in portables out back. And further, as I said, bananas, the portables. So now we're comparing our most vulnerable students to circus animals? Sorry if this has been answered elsewhere. But what's the source of your data? I can't reveal my sources, just know that it's accurate. So my source was waiting on exact date information. We don't post anything on that data sheet unless there are many forms of backup and information.
Okay, Whitney, it's been 3 minutes. I'm going to need you to wrap. I do want to assure you that I know what you're talking about. The district is looking into it.
Well, you in particular are on that webpage that posted that information, as is multiple people on this meeting, and not one of you said anything. It's a problem.
Thank you for your input. Next up is Emily Melagrama.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hello. I'd like to really thank the high school students who spoke. It was really great to hear their voices and their support for the teachers. And what I really wanted to say today is about online learning. And so what I want you to know is, as teachers, we fall in love with our students every September. We build and maintain relationships, and we cheer them on, lift them up, and help them achieve their goals. I'm sure that many students are equally, just like they shared, attached to their teacher. I don't teach high school, so I can't speak to what it's like in a virtual learning classroom there. I do know that mine is a happy and engaged place with cameras on. But here's the thing. The thought that tomorrow could be the last day with these students is heartbreaking. My K-1 teachers only yesterday received their remote and hybrid assignments, and they still don't have class lists. This, more than their own self-preservation, was what brought tears to my colleagues' eyes. They don't know which students will stay with them and which students won't. They don't know how to say goodbye and continue to keep up a positive attitude and a smile for those kids, because we don't know what to expect. I also want a plan. I agree with you, high school kids. We need it, and it's time. But hear this, families. We love your kids. We love them. We want what's best. We all do. And that's why it's so critical for the district to work cooperatively with the union, the board, the community, and its employees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't cut you off, but that was actually input relating to an agenda item, so let's not make that mistake again. Amy Meyer. Can you unmute? Do I need to unmute you?
I just wanted to give a technical issue. I think the YouTube link is not working, and there's about 200 people trying to watch this via YouTube that can't watch it. I don't know why, but I just wanted to let technical people know that the link for YouTube isn't working.
Yeah, someone emailed us, and our executive assistant said that the technical team is working on it right now. So they are aware. I thank you for that. And they're trying to fix it as soon as they can. And I understand that that would be hugely frustrating because this meeting is full. So hopefully we'll get it fixed as soon as we can. Stephen?
Suzanne, the stream is actually streaming under the title The Boundary Review Committee, and there's about 200 people in there. I can switch it over to the other feed, but it would kick all of them out.
Oh, is there any way to put up a notice so that if you're trying to watch it, they know where it is? Marnie?
My concern, Stephen, is that erasing what that one was, because that was the Boundary Review Committee meeting from several weeks ago?
That should be there still.
Okay, is there a way for people to know?
It says live now on it. So if you search for us, it's the one that says live now. So that should be sufficient.
Yeah, I just can't change the title.
Can you put something in the old one that in the description saying, please go to our homepage to get to the right one? And just change the description on it.
Yep.
Great, thank you so much. Andrea Darcy, and this is the last one I'm going to take. Andrea, are you there? Yes. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm trying. I'm clicking on it. There you go.
Got it. Thank you. So I'm coming as a parent. My children were high schoolers of IHS, and I made the difficult decision halfway through the first trimester to withdraw them after collecting information from other school districts. They're actually thriving also, and they're passing. They had Fs. I was worried if I would see them the next day, and I apologize for getting emotional, being very personal, but we hear of suicides of children that we never thought that would happen. And I'm glad that I made this decision to move them because they feel successful in this other school. With that, the high schoolers that spoke, I appreciate that at the beginning too. And a plan is needed for them too. I know everything needs to phase in, starting with the youngest. That's our plan, but they're ready, they're willing. Many of them are hanging out with their friends already and working in jobs and being among the public. So I wanted to just end with, what data does our district have on how many students have withdrawn from the district? How many of those were seniors attending other schools? And what data do we have from other school districts? And I just wanted to offer the suggestion of, it seems like we're reinventing the wheel of how to do online school. We've been doing that for almost a year now. And how can we learn from other districts that are reopening? How can we do that sooner than later so that our seniors can graduate? My son will not graduate with IHS now, even though that's where his friends are, and it breaks my heart. But he is thriving in the school he's in. So thank you for letting me speak, and have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much for your input. I appreciate it. Okay, next on the, yes, people keep telling us the YouTube isn't working. I'm sorry, it is working. It's under Boundary Committee. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda, which is a meeting management tool. The board passes multiple items with one motion. All consent agenda items have been reviewed by the board prior to the meeting, and any board member may review an item from the consent agenda and place it on the regular agenda for discussion if he or she so chooses. Do I have a motion? Anne?
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And I should have mentioned before, I apologize for this. Dr. Gallinger was here for our executive session, and he went off to dig up some data with a couple of other people, and he will be back to the meeting presently. So he's not really absent. We do expect him momentarily. Okay, establishment of the regular agenda. Superintendent, are there any changes?
There are none other than what you had noted at the beginning, President Weaver, that we are in recess for the executive session and may continue that at the end of the meeting.
Okay, right, thank you. Except I couldn't remember the word recess and I used something else. Okay, which brings us to reopening schools to in-person hybrid learning. And we will have, oh, and Dr. Gallinger is here, just as I said you weren't. We will have the superintendent give us an update. I know there is going to be public input, and I am going to limit it to 5 speakers in favor of reopening and 5 speakers opposed to reopening. And I know that doesn't feel good, but we're never going to get through the agenda otherwise. And then we'll open it up for board discussion. So, Superintendent Haley.
Thank you, President Weaver. I did want to begin tonight's update on reopening our schools for an in-person hybrid option by speaking to the vote of no confidence that the Issaquah Education Association Rep Council took on me the other night. First of all, I want to personally thank everyone who has reached out to me with words of support and encouragement. I won't lie when I say the news of that vote hurt and saddened me. It's made me feel this way because of the tremendous respect I have for our educators in the Issaquah School District. I have been singing the praises of ISD teachers for 20 years, and I stand behind those statements of praise and respect. I know that our teachers are good, caring people, as well as outstanding educators. I'm left to believe there's just simply a disagreement among both within the Issaquah School District and our greater community when it comes to how and when we should be returning our students to in-person hybrid learning. I also want to acknowledge the incredible, challenging work and long hours that the Issaquah School District and IEA bargaining teams have put in over these past months. This is also true of all the staff from all of our various labor groups and stakeholders who have partnered with us during these challenging times. Having done a lot of collective bargaining over the 30+ year course of my career, I can attest to how difficult it can be, and this pandemic seems to make everything a little bit harder. I did want to note, though, that the school board and I strongly believe that our youngest learners and those furthest away from educational equity should have a hybrid in-person option at this time. Why do we feel so strongly about this? While our teachers have done a wonderful job implementing our ISD Live remote teaching and learning system, for many of our students, and we heard some of this tonight, this mode of learning simply does not work well. In fact, we've heard countless heartbreaking stories from students and families about how the isolation and lack of in-person opportunities is causing tremendous pain and hardship for them. There's mounting evidence from the medical and public health community that remote schooling is having a very significant and negative impact on many learners. Remote learning is also causing some families to experience tremendous hardship and concern. And as we heard tonight, it's causing some to leave our district. And that breaks my heart, because I think many of those people, and some of them have shared with me, they love the ISD, and they're not leaving because they want to, they're leaving because they feel they have no other option. Our enrollment is down some 1,200 students. That's significant. And if that doesn't change, it will ultimately result in the loss of employment for teachers and support staff. Finally, we also know that remote learning is causing many students to experience slower academic and social emotional growth. So again, we recognize that what we've asked of our teachers and their response to it has been Herculean in some instances. However, we just have to acknowledge that for many, it just is no substitute for the in-person learning that we all experienced when we were in school. I also wanted to talk about the safety, because I think, I believe that the board and myself and my team, we have consistently said why we think this needs to happen. And I just want to be clear again, too. We're not talking about, and I've said it this way many times, kicking the doors of the school open and welcoming back hundreds and hundreds of students at a time. We're talking about hybrid learning, where there will be many safety elements. People can see for themselves that our leadership team, especially our elementary leaders, have done a wonderful job preparing for the return of our staff and students into the buildings. And those buildings will function very differently than they did prior to the pandemic. Families can read in our hybrid handbook or review on our COVID-19 web pages or watch some of the town hall type videos that we've done. The work and see all of the work that has been done to set up and implement virus mitigation protocols, from health attestations, thermal temperature checking, wearing of face coverings, hand washing, building cleaning and sanitizing, plexiglass barriers where needed, signage, and room configurations to support physical distancing, along with other mitigation strategies as well. And as I said earlier, there's a growing body of evidence that when done properly with those mitigation strategies, we don't see a increase in transmission in communities. I just want to point out that we agree with the Center for Disease Control, Washington State Public Health, Governor Inslee, Superintendent of Public Instruction, Chris Reichdahl, that it is time to bring our youngest learners back for a hybrid opportunity. And we should also be considering this for other groups of students as well. And in fact, on the district side, we absolutely are. And I believe that to be true of the IEA as well. We've just been kind of consumed with trying to get an agreement related to our K-3 return right now. I do want the board and public to understand that we are working hard to get everything in place for the return of our K-3 students as it relates to the creation and staffing of this hybrid in-person system while maintaining our ISD Live remote system. This work presents many logistical challenges, but we can do it, and we are excited to do it for our students and our families. And then finally, it's my sincere hope that we will reach agreement and understandings with all of our union partners around these reopening plans. Also, as I stated in my letter earlier this week, we believe an agreement among the parties will lead to the best outcome for our students. So I remain hopeful that we will accomplish this goal, and I look forward to us all coming together as we welcome our youngest learners back. I will note that a number of my cabinet will be leaving this meeting momentarily if they haven't already done so, because we are continuing to bargain. We are at the table just as we were last night, again tonight. And again, I give credit to both sides for the work and effort that they're putting into this. I do feel compelled to share some news that has actually come out since we just arrived at this. And I want to share that late this afternoon, the Issaquah School District received notice that the Issaquah Education Association, through its attorney, filed a lawsuit in King County Superior Court seeking to prevent the district from initiating in-person learning for district students. At this time, the district is reviewing the lawsuit with the assistance of its attorney and will timely respond according to the Superior Court rules governing such matters. The district remains committed to the safety of all students and staff, as well as adherence to current guidance for a safe in-person learning environment. So it is a very fluid situation. I still remain optimistic. I'm still hopeful that we will be able to reach an agreement so that we can do this together, because as I said, that's the best way in my mind for us to do this. So President Weaver, those are my remarks for tonight. The team is working hard. And I guess one final thought I did want to make is we are going down two parallel tracks right now. My team, our principals, they are working hard to prepare for the return of our students a week from today, next Thursday. And many, as I said, our hybrid handbooks are going. Parents of those K-1 students are receiving information and will continue to receive information on a daily basis related to modality, their new class assignments. We are committed to this effort, and I'm looking forward to the time when our youngest learners will return. So that's all I had for tonight, and certainly here to take any questions that the board has. President Weaver, thank you.
I think we're going to take public input first, and then we will go to the board. And as I said, and there's already like 30 hands raised, I am going to take 5 speakers who want to speak in favor of the current reopening plan, and then I will take 5 speakers who have concerns about the reopening plan. So your hand should only be up if you want to speak in favor of the reopening plan. And hands are flying around. I'm gonna give it one more second. Okay, so the first person I'm going to call on is Blakely Rickett. Is Blakely here?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
Okay, I am trying to start my video.
There you are.
Thank you so much for choosing me.
And you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. We have a 3rd and 5th grader in the Endeavor community. I just want to say how much we love and adore and appreciate all the school staff that we've met. We actually moved to the Washington area because of ISD 6 years ago from the New York area. And I was an administrator in New York for a school I helped start for preschool, elementary school, and middle school. So I understand how incredibly important it is to support your teachers, to support your building staff. They're doing the most crucial jobs for those who we hold most precious. We have supported every tax levy, every salary increase. I've tried to volunteer as much as possible, even though I work full time, just to be in the school environment and to support our teachers. However, in September, we sadly, and Superintendent, you spoke to this, we had to become one of those families who had no choice but to enroll our kids in a school where they could attend full time. We were outside of New York City. They are able to go 5 days a week in an area that was incredibly hard hit by the virus. People here take it incredibly seriously. They are not politically biased towards how they treat the way that they deal with the virus. Since September, there have been 0 cases linked to an in-school transmission. Of course, there are community cases, but when they arise and when they're reported to the school, a system immediately becomes intact where people are notified of any kind of contact. They're advised whether or not they need to quarantine. The schools only shut down for 1 or 2 days while a deep cleaning happens and communication happens like literally immediately, and parents and children can get back to going to school and get back to their lives and their routine. The kids come home from school so happy every day that they had a math partner and they were able to play hockey in their gym class. They were able to have music class outside because the teachers and the staff have decided and committed that they were going to be brave and find a way to.
If you can wrap. I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't mean to totally cut you off, but thank you very much for your input. Next is Judy Gaffney. Judy, are you there?
I'm here, but I'm trying to start my video.
Oh, there you are. You don't look
And
like
President Weaver, this is actually JD Gaffney, Judy's husband. So
okay.
Great. I appreciate the chance to provide comments to the board. Recently, my view has started to evolve, and I can see the possibility of our daughters returning to in-person school. I have two messages for the board, the superintendent, and the community. One, do a better job. Two, don't forget compassion, empathy, and community. For do a better job, to be blunt, the school board and superintendent need to do a better job. You need to work harder to provide the best experience and service to the students, the parents, as well as the teachers and staff. You may think you are doing that, but you only need to look at North Shore School District to see an example of a school board being more transparent, more informative, more collaborative, and more understanding. This isn't rocket science. This is you as a group doing the right things better than you currently are. Why is the school board putting forth recommendations without the support of the teachers? So the teachers can be put between a rock and a hard place? No one wins in that situation, and we all lose. You can say that's the negotiation process, and I say, you know it's not going to land well or get us to a solution, and it just stirs the pot with the whole community. Do the right thing. Do the hard work up front to get to a solution that works. Do better. And one specific suggestion, the hybrid option of a half day in class is not a great solution. If we're going back, let's do 2 full days so the students really are in school. Message 2, compassion, empathy, and community. Each of us has our own situation and challenges, as well as our own opinions and beliefs. The combination of all these things gives us each a view of what's best for us. What we need to remember is that it's only what's best for us, not our neighbors, not someone at a different school or with a different job or different situation. Look around at the faces attending this meeting and remember, this is our community. This is what makes Issaquah a special place. We're all here because it's a great place to be with good people, because it's a community. As you share your views in person or online, remember that you are part of this community. And so is that person with a different view. Be respectful, be understanding. These are challenging times. We need our school board and superintendent to be leaders, and we need to be a community. Thank you, President Weaver.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. Arlo Miller. Arlo Miller. Okay.
There we go. Is that working?
Yes.
All right, good. Hello, my name is Arlo Miller, and I have kids in K, 3, and 5 at Newcastle. I also have my own clinic in Issaquah and have a PhD in biological chemistry, but I'm not here to talk about science. Study after study shows the low infection rate in kids and the lack of transmission in schools. The science is now clear, which is why the CDC recommends schools reopen for in-person learning now. But this is falling on deaf ears. The WEA in particular is promoting alternative facts and fear and has essentially turned their back on science. I was trying to explain our current situation with my parents in Minnesota. It seems that for $900 per month, you can drop your kid off at elementary school for supervision during their day of remote learning. They go to school wearing a mask, sit in a room with other children wearing masks, spaced about 6 feet apart, and otherwise follow all the DOH guidelines for in-person instruction. While at the school's daycare, the teacher teaches alone from another room. My parents asked the obvious question, why can't the teacher get up from their desk and go into that room and teach? Beats me. After all the kids in this program right now are the exact ones that the union is protesting. And in fact, today suing you to stop from bringing back into school, even though there are already 1,000 of them there doing exactly what you're proposing to have teachers do. And you guys have shown that it's going really well. You're not getting cases in school. After 8 or 9 months of the union negotiations, it seems like it's still a complete impasse. They're in fact now suing you. I don't really understand what there is to negotiate. Just as with my clinic, the schools need to follow DOH guidelines. They aren't negotiable. It's not like the district can say, no, we're not going to follow these. Every business in the state has to follow these same guidelines. So science doesn't work. Negotiation is clearly futile. So I'm going to try to appeal to you with emotion, with something that my wife wrote about the whole situation. She said, "I especially cry for our kindergartner, who told us that she just wants to know what it looks like inside a classroom, who has no friends her own age, who throws tantrums every single day that make me drink every single night. Every day on Zoom, her teacher takes a ridiculous amount of time helping the children who don't have an adult sitting right next to them to help them find the next workbook page and the giant stack of papers, who has a broken pencil and can't sharpen it by themselves, whose laptop is low on battery, but their dad's on an important call. Seeing a room full of children with so much potential, 5-year-olds just alone in their dinosaur Disney decorated room, just sitting in front of a damn screen. Hearing this just crushed my soul. Realizing how much this whole thing is hurting my family made me feel like I was failing my kids and failing my wife. I'm certain that other families feel the same."
3 minutes, but thank you for your input. I know it's hard to get your thoughts in that short amount of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. RJ Harris, and I will take one more after RJ, and then we'll go to the other group. RJ Harris? Last call. RJ Harris, are you there? Oh, there you are.
Apologies, the system wouldn't let me in for a moment. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Look, as Mr. Gaffney pointed out, the lack of the collaboration between the district and IEA is causing a lot of severe problems. And as legitimate as the worry about families leaving is, I worry that this feeling of being seen as less than professionals by members of the teaching community could also likewise lead to a leaving of really skilled educators from the district. More often, I'd like to say that the Department of Health guidelines are very good, and I understand that, but they are fundamentally antithetical to what I teach, American Sign Language. If you tell me not to touch my face, I need to ask you to not speak with verbs. It doesn't make sense. So there are cases in which we need to talk more, and this lack of communication is exceptionally problematic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, the last speaker in favor of the reopening plan is Heidi Erickson. Heidi? There she is.
Hi, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I'm disappointed that the last person who had an opportunity to speak in favor of returning to school did not use that opportunity appropriately, because there are a number of us out here who would like to have that conversation instead. To be clear, my dad was a public school teacher for 42 years in the Renton School District. I am well aware of unions, and I am extremely upset when I look at this Union Strong banner that is on everyone's pictures. The reason why is because we're here to talk about our kids. We're not here to be a union that needs to be broken. The second thing is my daughter is actually in that program that Arlo mentioned. She has been completely safe. It does cost me $1,000. That is money I will not be giving to the districts or to teachers. I want to be clear that nothing has happened and her education is suffering. This is not the way for our children to be taught. And the unions and teachers are losing the support of families. They have lost my faith. I would be moving to another school if I could find one now taking it. But unfortunately, that's something the wealthy in our district can take advantage of. The wealthy in Mercer Island can take advantage of. And that is not fair. Being the daughter of a school teacher, I know poverty. I know not having what I need to have. So the fact that our teachers are allowing this to continue and continuing it through, I do not think it was in bad faith that the board sent out that message. I think it's the only thing that they can do, because the teachers are not, one, educated enough to read the science, two, negotiating in good faith with the district. They will change their rules. And third, they are displaying extreme privilege. And that privilege is in demanding that they get the vaccine. If they were not essential workers, they should not be essential. Our grandparents are more important than 25-year-old teachers. This is not a fair thing. It is selfish. It is what people are thinking. It is what we are too kind in Seattle to say. The fact that they have now done a lawsuit boils my blood beyond. Our children need to go back to school. They need to be educated, and do not ask for money next year. Don't ask for additional funding. And by the way, Ron, thank you. With 1,200 people no longer in district, that's 48 teachers who should be immediately fired, equaling at least $7.2 million in this budget year alone for those teachers. If we need funding for next year, that's where we're going to find it. The only way we will get teachers back in the classrooms if they can suffer like the 4 million women in America who had to leave the workplace, 3 of which are my personal employees. Their careers are in danger, their lives are in danger, and their children's futures are being jeopardized.
Okay,
those children may not return.
Thank you very much. It's been pointed out to me that we actually had a couple people not really speaking in favor of the plan. So I am going to take one more in favor speaker and one fewer not in favor speaker, which means I'm going to go to Jennifer Harrington.
Thank you, Susan. I think that was wise.
Jennifer, are you there? There you are. What?
Yeah.
You moved.
Got it?
Yeah.
Am I on now? Okay, perfect.
Go ahead.
Great. Thank you for letting me speak. To state the glaringly obvious, we are a community divided at this time. I don't know why we're still speaking for or against reopening at all. Based on the most recent focus groups that IEA themselves did, more than half of K-5 staff wants to return to school, and about more than half of the families want to. Meanwhile, we're destroying the morale of our amazing teachers. Many of them are absolutely sick of remote teaching. Others are sick of the lack of communication, the constant changings, the feeling of being under attack for wanting to go back to being in person, the feeling of being attacked for wanting to stay remote, when there's an equal group of parents that want to stay remote, that we just need you to pair them up with. Our kids are not back in school because we're not able to provide safety mitigation measures. We've shown time and time again that we can meet or exceed each and every mitigation measure laid out by the Department of Health. Our kids are still not back in school almost a year later, which is still being called too soon. As others have said, enough is enough already. Let the teachers that want to teach in person's voices be heard, and let the ones that don't stay remote. We need to stop sowing division in this community. We need to stop with the endless surveys, the delays, the fear mongering, the changing metrics, the moving goalposts, leaking documents to outsiders before they've even been disseminated to our staff. This is not who we are as a district. This is not there's no other district that loves their teachers as much as we do. And it's offensive that a district as wealthy as ours is being accused of not being able to provide a safe environment when kids in districts with far fewer resources than ours have been in school for much of the year, if they've even been out at all. So simply put, the constant fighting and distrust between the union and the board, and this was even before this most recent lawsuit, which is absolutely infuriating, along with the disregard of science, has come to a boiling point. Our kids deserve better, and I am imploring you all, please continue the course. Get our kids back in school, especially our older kids, our high schoolers. Please get them back, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Many other hands, and I apologize, but we will not get through the agenda. If I don't cut this short, I will take 4 speakers who want to speak with concerns about the reopening plan. So I'm going to give the hands a minute to put down your hand if you were in favor, put up your hand if you have concerns. Okay, I'm going to assume that you have done that. Meg Iyer. There you go.
Hi. First, I want to apologize because I'm really not on either side. And I am a school psychologist in the district. I also have 3 children in 5th, 7th, and 9th grade. And it's really difficult for me to see the divide in our community. We have such a great community here. I would love to see everybody working together. But what I just wanted to say is that I feel like we have many people in our community who do not have a seat at the table. And I actually feel horrible that I've been at every school board meeting since February and have not spoken yet. There are students who are experiencing homelessness, and there are students who are learning to speak English. There are also some students that have other barriers, whether they have an IEP or other options that make it difficult for them to learn remotely. And I would like to focus on those students that don't have the resources and figure out how we are going to support them and help them. Working at the high school, I know there's a lot of students that receive no credit, and I especially want to help our seniors. And just know that there are many staff that also feel the same way. So I'm hoping that we can unite as a community and also really think about those in our community who do not have a seat here at the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for keeping your remarks succinct. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading. Alandra Hansen. Alandra?
Hi. Yes, it's Alandra Hansen. And I'm making sure I hit all the buttons. So thank you for this opportunity. So I'm a little bit like Meg. I have concerns, but I have to say this is my dream job, and I tell my students that they're my real life dream come true. One of my students last year asked me if I had a job. He was so convinced that I came every day because I just loved it so much that I just did it for free. And I want to get back into the classroom, and I'm willing to go back to in-person hybrid for the sake of time and consideration of others to share. I do have concerns, and I'll just share my kind of top two. So first, I feel like there's a lack of planning, and it's not fair to put teachers in a position where they don't have the information that they need to field the questions from families while supporting the social emotional needs of their students, as well as rearrange our own personal lives. I'm a teacher. I also have a first grader and a fourth grader. I'm planning to be prepared for whatever the outcome of the current talks and bargaining are, because I have a responsibility to my students to walk them through this change and help them come out the other side feeling safe, stable, and ready to learn, no matter that if it's hybrid or remote. Second, there was an agreed upon metric in the most recent K-3 MOU, which I felt was reasonable to base a return of our youngest learners back. And I understand that since new guidance has been shared and data for that metric has been inconsistent. So the MOU has the possibility, if needed, to update. It is there. So, but in regard to my first concern, and this is my biggest concern, is please complete the talks and come to an agreement and have a complete plan before you share a specific date, because those it affects, it is such an upheaval of their world that it's really hard to navigate the changes while still, like I did this morning, I looked at the faces of my students that I have strong bonds with and have built a learning community, whether that's remote or in person, wondering who I see when I get back into the building, when that will be. So thank you for your time, and I hope that our community can come together and really work together to do what's best for our kids, even though there's no perfect answer or solution. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. Jenna Wynn. Jenna? There you are. Okay, can you unmute? Whoop. Okay.
Great. Let's see, hold on. My name is Jenna Wynn, and I am a kindergarten teacher at Sunny Hills Elementary and also an IEA member. Using safety precautions aside, I want to tell the board that the current plan is traumatizing our young learners. Elementary educators strive for the whole child, not only academically, socially, and emotionally. The district is so focused on running schools, as Superintendent Thiele has described previously, a business, that they've forgotten to see these children and families as human beings. And these teachers as well. These children are survivors. Many were torn from their preschool and kindergarten classrooms last year, thinking that they were going home for the day, and they never saw their teachers again. Why are we compounding this trauma by setting a February 4th start date? Today, I had angry students in class, confused, tearful 5 and 6-year-olds and their parents who have wanted to return to campus, but who haven't had the time to process what's happening. They haven't had fair warning. They've had bits and pieces of information flow their way, and they're desperately trying to fit it together so it makes sense for a return next week. The board would do well to show some humility and to set a later target. We can iron out the details of the agreed upon MOU. Teachers can gather their families that we worked so hard to build, for them for the transition that is to come. This doesn't have to be violent, but by taking the business approach, that's exactly what this district has created. The district may think these little ones won't remember one day, and they may not remember my face, but they will remember this trauma, and it's not too late to put this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker I'm going to take is Nora. There's Nora.
Hi, my name is Kat Hawken, and I have spoken to you before because I have the 4 kids at home, plus kids who are displaced and living in a women's shelter who don't have anywhere to go. And I just want to say that my kindergartner and first grader were just finished and done, and they've given up hope. But last night when I told them that on Thursday they were going back, they were screaming and they were hugging each other, and my older kids were hugging them. And it was so wonderful to give them hope, at least to make it for a couple days. And they've already got a new backpack and they've laid out their school clothes. And I'm so happy for them. And I'm happy that my 4th grader gets to continue in the private school that we were able to put her in. We can't put 4 kids in private school, but she's been in person and it's been working beautifully for months. And today I renewed my substitute license. So on your website, so I'm ready to go in and be a long-term sub. And I
actually supposed to be input for people who have concerns about
but I just want to say my one concern is that I still have 2 6th graders at my home, and one is displaced. And so I'm hoping that we can do something to help those kids so that we can make sure that the middle and high school go in, so that I have the opportunity to go in and help in your schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That didn't actually quite work out right. I am going to take one more speaker with concerns about the plan. So let's try to play by the rules, people. That would be Kara Bean. Kara, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, working on my, oh, my goodness. I'm not on my computer like I normally am for school, so I apologize. Okay. I just wanted to speak to the thought that the teachers who are upset with this program right now, with the way that this has rolled out, don't want to come back at all. And I know that there are many teachers who do want to be back in the classroom, but the previous MOU had a process laid out, and because of that process, we would be able to tell, hey, we have 7 days. People would be able to start watching that and anticipate ahead of time when that would happen. I have a 1st grader and a 3rd grader and an 8th grader and a 10th grader. And my 1st grader was sick last year in March when she was in kindergarten. She missed the last week of school. She didn't get to say goodbye to her teacher. She didn't get to say goodbye to her classmates. She was sick, and then that was it. School was done. I can't tell you how many nights over the springtime she cried about missing her teacher and missing her classmates, and she didn't even get to say goodbye. And she would tell me that, and I didn't even get to say goodbye. And tomorrow, she's going to be in class with her teacher and her classmates, and she will not know if that's the last time she's going to see some of them this year, because we won't know her assignment until next week. We don't know if she's going to have the teacher or not. She has to be remote because I'm here teaching. There are details in the plan, such as you've given us 2 masks, 2 cloth masks to teach in the building. Dr. Fauci is saying right now that they recommend double masking. Are we getting more masks? These are the types of details that staff need to be able to feel safe that we don't have in the current plan. that need to happen so that teachers who want to be in the classroom can teach in the classroom and be safe and keep your kids safe. And people who need to be home can also be doing the remote teaching and learning. We're just asking for clarity, transparency, and preparation time for our kids and ourselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sorry to all the other hands. I am going to cut public input off now, and I'm going to go to the board and see if there are any questions or comments. Are there no questions and comments? Anyone? Anne?
Well, I'll just say that I appreciate hearing from the community and their perspective, and from our superintendent on where we are right now. And I fully support the work the district and our superintendent are doing to prepare for our K-1 students to return on February 4th. I believe it's right and necessary thing to make available in-person learning for our students. The district is still bargaining, and I support that as well. I'd like to see the district and the IEA move forward together in this effort and come to an agreement. The data around COVID is all improving. The current King County activity level based on the governor's framework for K-12 schools shows us in moderate. The case rates are falling, hospitalization is flat and decreasing. To me, now is the time to bring our students in on the timeline that we have.
Thank you. Harlan, did you want to say something?
Sure. I think first of all, I want to say that I really appreciate our superintendent, and I want the community and all the staff that's listening to this to know that he is a gift and one of the best in the state. I don't say that because he's great for us to work with, or because he's doing a lot of the hard work that we're asking to be done, but because look at the outcomes. Our district has one of the highest graduation rates in the state, especially for a large district. The equity work, if you've been part of our journey over the past 5 years, that started with disproportionate discipline data, right? This past year, he provided data that showed real market improvement. We were one of the first districts to do an equity policy and to actually put teeth into it, create an equity department. So there are so many amazing things that have happened under his leadership that wouldn't have happened in other school districts with other, or in this school district with another leader. So I just want to say thank you for all of that. The next thing I want to ask of the administration is a report out of all the D's and F's for grade 6 through 8 for Tri-1 compared 2020 to 2019, as well as for mid-semester and end of semester for our 9 through 12 students, comparing 2020 to 2019. And of course, we'll want it aggregated and disaggregated by building and by every way else we like it. Because we're seeing and hearing about that happening across the country, but I have no idea about what is and isn't happening from our district. And one of the things I really am appreciative of this board and this district leadership team is that we really do use data to drive decisions. And I want everyone to know that no decisions are easy or not fraught with second guessing in this era, even more so an era of distrust in government that the last 4 years has really driven home for most of our country. But the data is very clear and consistent on where and what direction King County is heading and has headed. And if you look at the preliminary data that's released, that you can see the last 7 days, we're running a test positivity range in the 3% range since January 21st. And I think that's a really important thing for the community to know. And we unfortunately can't be helped by the fact that the state has just, as of yesterday, said that they will not provide any updated test positivity data that's less than 21 days. And therefore King County must abide by that as well. So we're not going to get updated data without us having to hand calculate, even though it's from Public Health Seattle, King County, per the MOU. So I encourage people, don't take my word for it, go out and look at it and calculate it yourself. But it's certainly what my lived experience is for my day job. And it's not where we were when we returned from Christmas. And that's why this board said no to wanting to bring kids back at that time, because we didn't feel like we would be doing what we were doing or following the MOU, either in spirit or in metric numbers. And we're in a different place now, almost 4 weeks later. And so I just want people to know that, you know, we use data to drive decision making, and I do hear loud and clear that communication needs to be better. I really like the last staff members' comments about asking for clarity, transparency, and time for preparation. And I couldn't agree more on all of those things. And to the community at large and to our teachers, like, I think there's far more that we agree with, and there's far more that we have in common than what we disagree with. And I do hope that we will get to that spot of enlarging our common ground. And I hope that over these next few hours and days, that that's really our goal.
Harlan, I did just want to mention that we had talked about bringing that DNF data and having a conversation about that. And we were balancing the agenda with that and mental health. Mental health, one, they're both really important. And I hope to see that on our next meeting's agenda, because we did talk about that at agenda planning. We just ran out of room and out of time. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I wanted the mental health one too, so, you know.
Yeah, I know, we all did. Marnie, did I see your hand?
No, I think it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you're just waving. Did either you or Sydney have anything to add? You don't have to.
I'm happy to. You know, I think this is an incredibly challenging moment for everyone involved in the process. And it's one that goes with just a lot of significant thought, significant research, significant care into what is the current state of play. You know, we have continuously looked at in our conversations, you know, if you go back a year ago this time, we were talking about needing to build a remote learning capability within the district, knowing that that was a way we needed to help continue to modernize how we deliver our education, not realizing how much we would be dependent on it, but still needing to look forward and think about how we did that. We got into a time period when it became the only option for us was to put forth a remote system in March and April that we have been steadily and dutifully refining, whether that isn't how it's being delivered by our wonderful teaching staff or the tools we're providing, the training, the readiness, the continual looking at the data around engagement amongst our students, progress, and how we continue to make sure we're providing the best experience in remote. I've seen, you know, even recently we were talking, I think it was just the last meeting, about iReady, and as an example of a tool to look at current progress and potential, what potential there is for learning loss in the current system and how we can start to interrupt that today. I see those tools in play in real life every day. And so that commitment to looking ahead, recognizing the data and the need ahead, and starting to put that foundation into the school system is what I think has been really important about the role that we've played as a school board. And we've continued to need to do that as we got into, okay, how is it possible to return? What is the state of play of the virus, our ability to react? How do we plan ahead for the appropriate protective equipment? How are we looking at the regulations? How are we influencing and trying to sit at the table with other school districts and with public health, and actively looking forward again into what would be the future of how we need to operate, and still recognizing that just in our old brick and mortar system, there were things we had to try to continue to help and make sure it's an equitable experience, to make sure that we were providing the services for all learners. We still have to do that in this environment. And we'll continue to do that in both the remote learning environment and how we have to bring kids back. But the reality is we have to bring more kids back into the building, and not just from a want perspective, but from a data perspective of engagement, from a data perspective of the science around the virus. We see every metric that we have is dropping into a range that is significantly lower, because we've been looking ahead and planning for what has to happen next. At each of those needing to look forward, there has been a friction of, why are you talking about that while we're experiencing the current pain? And I think for me, I have to believe that right now, this friction point is again, that point of, you're trying to look to the next step and we're still feeling the current pain, but that's the job, is to look forward and look at the data and how it is moving, and that each of those things continues to move down. So I know that that's friction filled, but I also have spent all of my time on, what is the guidance? Can we follow it? Are we prepared? How do we leverage the resources of this district to make sure that we can provide a stellar remote experience, which we're doing, and provide a safe and stellar hybrid in-person experience, which we can do as well. And so I am hopeful that we can move through this point of friction in that balance of looking forward in the current disruption, and continue move on and best serve the entirety of our community in that way. So no, I don't have any questions, which is I think what you asked. I don't have any questions, but I just give that commitment to saying we have a breadth of need in this district, and that as a board, we're looking across that breadth of need, whether it's our employees, our staff, our kids. We have to look across that breadth of need and find a plan forward, and that's going to feel friction filled in each moment, and that's what it feels like the time we're in now. But we're going to keep looking forward and providing the best overall experience.
Thank you. And I wanted to add to what Harlan said. Obviously, I think I speak for the entire board, that we do support our superintendent. We know how hard this has been. We know how many moving pieces there are to trying to get school open for hybrid learning while managing a remote system. You're basically managing two systems at once while trying to bargain. I still remain very hopeful that we end up with a collaborative solution to everything. But I know there's been a tremendous amount of work done. I do want to echo Harlan's statement of our support. And I remain very hopeful that we are going to find a collaborative solution. And now I did see Marnie's hand.
I think it's really important to make sure that, I guess I needed to reiterate, the superintendent took action that this board told him to take. And so when the union says they have no faith in what he's doing, what they're really saying is they don't have any faith in us. And so I hope our Superintendent Thiele, that you don't take that personally. It's their way of telling us it's the next step of they're not happy with us. And Sydney, I really appreciate your comments, because it is this rub. And maybe I personally have not been clear in saying, I understand that teachers are in a situation where, especially for some of them, this is disconcerting, which is why exactly we're not saying every single student back in the classroom. And we're not even saying every single kindergartner or first grader back in the classroom. We have parents that aren't comfortable with that. We have teachers that we want to be able to provide them the opportunity to not go in as well, because it's not healthy for them, that they are more susceptible. We know the statistics really are, if you are older, and especially if you're elderly, that you are at a higher risk, and you're at a higher risk of having severe symptoms that are life-threatening and life-ending. And so I think if there's anyone who thinks that we don't hear that, and we don't know that, and we don't believe that, I hope you hear me today go, I understand that. I also understand that some of our kids are doing great, and we will eventually get to the engagement information that Executive Director Mellish talked about last meeting, that we really do care about what that input is. And a lot of parents are like, my kid's doing great. And a lot of kids are telling us, I'm doing fine. And you know what? That tells me we have fantastic teachers. And they're doing a great job in doing something that is really outside their wheelhouse. I think especially for all of them. And if you are older, I think, you know how we all are with technology. How do I do this? And so we've asked them to do a lot, and they have. And for a lot of our kids, they're doing great. And they're not the ones I'm really worried about right now. I'm worried about the ones that aren't doing great. And you know what? It's not based on socioeconomic, but I can guarantee that there are kids that are living in poverty in our district that cannot, well, and you know my take on living in poverty. It should be anything that is half the annual median income, which is going to tag a lot of people who aren't even free and reduced lunch. Those kids are struggling. Their parents are likely having to work. If they have both parents, that's a luxury. I mean, I grew up in a low working class family, and I'm the first one to go to college. My brother barely graduated from high school, and my sister didn't. I know what it's like to be a struggling learner. I know what it's like to wanting to achieve. I had to drop a class because we didn't have a typewriter for me to type my papers on. So I have a different empathy towards children who are struggling in this school. I've known trauma that I don't share in public. So I know trauma. And you know what? It's going to be traumatic for kids. It's a certain level of trauma for them to switch teachers. But the kids who aren't learning now and have to come back to school next year and get pulled out of their class for support services are going to experience trauma. Kids that are being abused by their parents, but they're not in a school where another adult sees what's going on and reports it, they're experiencing trauma. So it is hard. It is this rub. There is this tension. I can't please everybody. So I have to think, what is my mandate? We are doing everything we can to keep teachers safe. It is 13, you can go on our website, there's pages after pages of here's what you're gonna do, here's what we expect. We're taking 3 days off for making sure that they're trained. It is important that they know how to stay safe, how to keep themselves safe, how to keep each other safe. So we're taking this seriously. My concern is that the general public, and in fact, the general teacher doesn't know all that's gone into these negotiations. They do not know what we have laid on the table, time and time again. That shows that we care about them. And so I'm going to be the first one to probably say publicly, I think we should be like Tukwila, and I think some Eastern Washington school districts, maybe we need to start doing our bargaining in public. And then the community knows. And then there's no secret this and secret this. I can't tell you what I know. And it would really help you understand, I think, what the position of the district is. And so it's frustrating. I wish I could communicate more. We wish we could communicate more, but it's just really limited. And maybe a good solution is that we start bargaining in public like other school districts do.
Arlene.
There's something else that I would like the administration to do, because I think as a board, we're going to need to prepare for this, because by the second board meeting in April, we have to be able to approve a list of how many decreased staff we have. And there's been a lot of, I think, disagreement amongst us and us collectively, meaning the board and the leadership team, on how many students and families we think we may forecast for next year. So we're really good at sending surveys out, so this should be easy. But I think that in the next week or two, we need to send out a survey saying, if we are in remote like we are right now, if nothing changes from the way school is today, do you plan on enrolling your student in the Issaquah School District next year? That's information that we need within the next couple of weeks, because we have to be able to make really tough decisions, but we want to make tough decisions based on as accurate data as we can. And we also need families to know that at the rate and pace we're going, and I would say the lack of good faith at the table, that the odds of us being in remote next year is not low. And we need to be honest about that to our families who are struggling. The other thing I would ask is, while I know that IEA did not want and were offended by the district wanting to offer the ability to have expedited COVID testing, they only represent 50% of our staff. So I would ask that the district administration resume the negotiation to, as we open our schools, to have an expedited pathway for testing for our staff. Because we want that information, because the faster we have that information, the faster we can be able to keep our staff safe. And lastly, I want to applaud our superintendent for being willing to jump in with both feet about being a vaccine distributor. And while we haven't been allocated vaccine, we're hoping there'll be some magic given to us before midnight tonight. I think we're the only school district that has. And so we're doing everything we possibly can to be able to provide every resource to our staff and our teachers, and to provide every measure of confidence and every measure of safety that we can absolutely provide. What was brought up is a good question about like double masking. I think that that's in the context of how many layers. Like a normal medical mask is 3 layers. So I would really say like, hey, as those ISD labeled masks have 1 layer, 2 layers, or 3 layers? And I think that's the question. And I think that it can be a risk management thing based on what you do and how close you are. Do I think a high school math teacher needs N95? Probably not. But do some of our preschool and early elementary teachers who have to get really close to kids just so they can hear them and help with reading? They might. So I think that sort of having those conversations and having the PPE available to provide the opportunity for people to feel confident in what they're doing, I think is an important thing. Because at this stage of it, it's not just about what we know. There's a big element of this is about confidence. And I understand that a lot of our staff haven't been back in working publicly with things. And so it's very different. I've been working with COVID for the past 11 months. And so my perspective of myself, as well as probably every other medical professional in this state who's had a lot of work with COVID, is very different and feels very different. So, but I too appreciate that there is a lot of fear out there because of just the unknown. And so the more we can provide that confidence, the better.
Okay, I think at this point, I'm going to try to move us along because we're already 45 minutes behind. But thank you all for all your comments and thoughts. And at this point, I would like to move to our student mental health presentation. And there's Pam.
Hello, thank you. Just give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I know you have a full agenda, so I really appreciate you asking to hear about the mental health services for the students in the Issaquah School District. I am the Director of Student Interventions, and I've been with the district my entire 28 years. And I mention that because I have an unwavering passion for the emotional wellness of students in our district. These are highly emotional times, as you could see this evening, and our students need us more than ever to support them in their wellness. I want to recognize that we cannot simply talk about the mental health needs of our students without addressing the layered impact of what's going on in our world today with COVID-19, the economic crisis, significant racial inequities that have been exacerbated by the pandemic, the nationwide mobilization for racial justice that's been reflected in our Black Lives Matter movement, and also the recent storming of the United States Capitol. So many of our families through all of these things have experienced enormous loss. They've experienced loss of loved ones, of jobs, of health, and physical or psychological safety, or even maybe trust in our social institutions. So we need to acknowledge what's happening in our world today and take this into consideration as we talk about supports for social and emotional wellness of students in our district. National events such as these can overwhelm us. It can almost make us feel, I think, paralyzed in despair, and we can head down that road where we can feel unmobilized and unable to figure out what are the next steps or what is it that we need to do. And I want to acknowledge that I've watched our staff in this despair intentionally move into live action. They've moved into problem-solving mode. They have been uncomfortable. These have been unpredictable times and stressful times, and that it's these times that sometimes make us think outside of the box. And I've watched this happen on teams that I've sat on where we say, well, what if? Well, what if all students had computers? What if we could get food to families in need? What if we could connect students that are new to our schools that have never met any of their peers? What if we found ways to connect them with their peers? And it's the what ifs like these that have allowed us to start to address some equities that maybe have always been in our district, and to create some flexible thinking of our past practices, and maybe even said, why haven't we done this before? I'm looking forward to sharing our strategic plan this evening with you and sharing some of these stories of the what ifs that have happened in our district. Before I do that, I want to recognize that next week is the National School Counseling Week. So show some love to your counselors and reach out to them and thank them for supporting the emotional and mental health needs of our students. So as I mentioned tonight, I'm going to talk about the strategic plan in the Issaquah School District, and this plan that has been implemented to meet the social emotional needs of all students using a tiered intervention system. I also want to take this opportunity, because I have it, to talk about how parents and students can access some of these supports. I want to talk about tiered intervention supports that have happened during the remote setting, and then continued planning around meeting the emotional needs of our students. I want to start by acknowledging that our levy pays for many of the mental health supports, many of the things that you're going to hear about this evening. We are so grateful for that funding. To be honest, it is a dream come true for me and my passion that I have around mental health. And I know that our staff also appreciate this support for our students. With these dollars, we have been able to increase staffing and bring in more Swedish mental health counselors into our buildings. We originally had one at every high school, and we've been able to increase that to one at every middle school, and also a shared number at the elementary schools. We were able to increase our counseling FTE from 30.5 to 47, and also increase PBSES coaches that you're going to learn more about if you don't know that already. And they help to provide support for teachers and students around behavior. We were able to increase their part-time positions to be full-time at the elementary. And then we also have part-time positions at the middle school. So the benefits have been consistency of full-time staffing. We have all the right people in the building at the right time to be able to collaborate and to sit on some of our teams that do a lot of the problem solving around behavior. We've been able to provide more behavioral support for teachers, and that could be in training or also in immediate response for students that are exhibiting externalizing behaviors. We also have been able to better strategically use these resources, and I'm excited to share that tonight. And to be honest, it has saved lives. I believe that it allows us to identify risky behaviors early on, and to accurately provide interventions, prevention, and appropriate referrals to outside resources when necessary.
This is a sample of the tiered pyramid, the intervention system that we use. It is data-driven, which means it's not random acts of intervention, but we strategically are using our resources in a way that is the most efficient and driven by data. You can see at the bottom, the green part of the triangle is universal prevention. This is prevention that all students receive school-wide. And usually it's 80 to 90% of students. That's enough to just receive that school-wide extra support. And I will share what some of those are in the next slide. Tier 2, about 15% of the students might need a Tier 2 support. And that might be like a small group, or it might be meeting with one of our Swedish school-based health counselors. Or some may need the Tier 3 support, and that is more individualized support for students. If we have a student that is needing Tier 2 supports, they get the Tier 2 supports, but they're still getting the universal prevention that everyone else is. And similarly, in the Tier 3 level, those students are getting the universal, the targeted, and the individualized supports. In our buildings, we have different teams that serve different roles. So we have a Tier 1 team, and that Tier 1 team reviews a comprehensive set of data to determine what is necessary school-wide. So we may have additional training, for example, on teachers on caring and interpersonal relationships. We have social emotional learning curriculum that all students receive. We have training that we've provided for our teachers on trauma-informed practices and culturally responsive teaching practices. Our school counselors have comprehensive data-driven guidance that they are providing to all students. We have universal screeners that help us identify students that need intervention in Tier 2. And then we also have common expected behaviors that are taught, and then also positive reinforcements when we see students that are doing those expected behaviors. The Tier 2 team is a team that gets together and again reviews the comprehensive data, but they're looking more specifically at groups of students that may need interventions. And this is the early identification of those students that need support. It's the early intervention process and then progress monitoring to see if those interventions are working with those students. We assign a student coordinator to those students, to the teacher who is supporting those students. So we have a couple professionals in the building that are collaborating around these students in need. And then they bring that information back to the team, and we continue to progress monitor and determine if we need to switch the interventions, or maybe they are now on track and they no longer need the interventions, or maybe they need a more comprehensive set of interventions and they may move up to Tier 3. Our Swedish school-based health counselors are on this level, and I'm going to save that for later. And we may have like a check-in, check-out process where we're just reminding the students at the start of the day some of the goals that they're working on. And then we have an adult that's also checking in at the end of the day to see how they did on those goals. The Tier 3 is a team that is really getting together, and there are a lot of individuals that have experience in dealing with students that need behavior plans or maybe even a safety plan. It's students that often we're supporting around suicide interventions. We may be providing wraparound services. That means that the school team and the family and community resources are working together to support that whole unit around the student. And then we may, again, be working also with some outside agencies to be providing that support for our students. So efficiency and effectiveness are things that this tiered system allows us. All the roles in the school are working together systematically to support our students with different level of needs. So this is not just the counselor, it's not just the PBSES coach, but it's every staff member in the building has a specific role and understands what the expected behaviors are, what the social emotional learning skills are that we're teaching the students. So on a level 1, you can see, remember, that is what all students school-wide would receive. You can see that that might be the classroom teacher. It might be the administrator that is reminding students of the expected behaviors in the hallway. It might be a dean that is giving out a positive recognition when they see a student that's doing the appropriate behavior. Level 2, you can see there's a few more professionals in the building that may be added into that. That could be the school-based health counselor that is working to screen the student to see if they have some more mental health needs. It might be the counselor running a small group. It may be one of the student coordinators that's working closely with the teacher on some of those interventions. And then again, in the tier 3, we even have more individuals. So you can see when we make sure that we have a really strong tier 1 foundation, that is really the most effective way for us to reach as many students as possible in our school system. You've heard me mention PBSES, the nationwide name. If you Googled it, you would find PBIS. You won't find PBSES because this is Issaquah School District's twist on this intervention system. We've added the social emotional learning component to it, and so that's what the PBSES stands for. A lot of the foundation and the beliefs when we decided to do PBSES came from the fact that we believe that school climate is important. We believe in social emotional learning, positive behavior, proactive classroom management, and relationships, that all of these together have effective outcomes for our students. And it's not just for their emotional wellness, but it also impacts their success in the academics. There are 4 main components in PBSES. We have the upper right-hand corner. PBSES is focuses on school-wide practices, expectations, and structures. So if any of your kids have come and talked about coyote coins or bark bucks or shazams, these are all school-specific ways that we reinforce expected behaviors with our students in the school and promote a positive climate. Next, the bottom right yellow is proactive classroom management practices. PBSES coaches support the classroom teachers, which in turn supports our students, in learning through coaching and training of proactive classroom management strategies. This includes things like positive reinforcement, classroom behavior expectations, motivation systems, things like that. Thirdly is positive relationships. Positive relationships with students in peer-to-peer connections. We are finding, especially now in our times when our students are feeling isolated, is especially an important skill, and that's why you've seen a lot more of the social emotional learning being integrated into the student's day. Up in the upper left-hand corner, social emotional learning. The coaches are also, as I said, supporting that through the lessons in the classroom. PBSES coaches. Sometimes people are unsure of what the roles of the different support people in our building provide. The PBSES coaches work on school-wide expectations reinforcement systems. They lead a lot of the staff training on social emotional learning curriculum. They also collect all of the data for social emotional behavior needs. We have a behavioral data tracking system that's called SWIS, and they are the experts on SWIS and being able to extract really important data for us to be able to know how to provide the tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 interventions in our systems. They may provide parent or family support if a family is struggling and may need some strategies on motivation, for example. They may be someone who is able to help families to do that. They provide staff development on many topics that are related to student social emotional needs. and they provide short-term crisis interventions for students in need. A lot of these PBSES coaches have been teachers in the past, and they also have strong behavioral backgrounds. They have also received right response training, which means that they have the ability the magic, actually, I should say, in being able to de-escalate students when they are escalated, and support our building in that way. They also work with parents, staff to build behavior intervention plans for students that might need some additional support. We talk a lot about social emotional learning. In our district, we have adopted for our K through 8th grade the second step curriculum, which is an evidence-based curriculum. We also have at the middle and high school an optional resource called Character Strong that some of our schools are using. And then the Mind Up curriculum is a K-5. It's a district adopted SEL supplemental resource that focuses a lot on self-awareness, social awareness, attention, self-regulation, problem solving, and pro-social behaviors. Our high schools are doing a lot of social emotional learning during their flex times and other times this year. That was intentionally put in place because we knew our students would be needing it during these times. And it was a quick turnaround, but I think our teachers are doing the best they can in this short kind of turnaround that we needed to do in remote learning. I want to talk a little bit about the benefits of social emotional learning. There's a lot of research that has been done to see the benefits of why our students need to have social emotional learning. Students that participate have a grade point average that's 11% higher than their peers. Students who participate in SEL programs score higher on standardized tests, less likely to engage in high-risk behaviors, and fewer suspensions and expulsions. We also see students that are participating in social emotional learning have some additional coping strategies that may result in having less anxiety, less depression, or less likely to abuse drugs, cigarettes, alcohol, less aggressive, and less likely to bully other students. Students also demonstrate greater leadership skills, and they're more attentive and less hyperactive in school when we practice some of the mindfulness exercises and some of those strategies for students. And they also then, in turn, perform better academically. The classrooms as a whole are more engaged in their learning. They have better quality relationships with their teachers, and they demonstrate increased pro-social behavior. So this helps them in establishing friendships. They perform better, as I mentioned, academically. So when we're looking at the K-8 second step curriculum, we can see that the skills for learning, this helps the students be able to self-regulate better and be able to participate in and benefit from learning. Empathy is also a skill that's enhanced with students having high levels of empathy. They tend to make better progress in school, be less aggressive, better liked by their peers, and more socially skilled. Emotional management, students who can recognize strong emotions and calm them down cope better and are less likely to be aggressive. And then problem solving, students who can solve conflicts with peers are less likely to be impulsive and aggressive also. Here, I wanted to show you in a multi-tiered system, how does social emotional learning fit into this pyramid that we're learning about? So at a tier 1 level, this is where the teachers are teaching the social emotional learning curriculum in the classroom and or at the high school in their flex time. It's reinforcing self-awareness, self-management, decision-making, relationship skills, social awareness, problem solving, assertiveness, and bullying prevention. The tier 2 would be where we would see those students being pulled for small groups and working on targeted social skills instruction. And then at tier 3, this is where that student may need some individual coaching and support from the staff. Another Tier 1 intervention is universal screening for all students. This is a district-wide screener that we use, and we do it in the fall, and then we measure it again in the spring. The BZ is the elementary screener, and the SDQ is the middle and high school screener. The BZ is teacher completed, and the SDQ is the student self-identify, or the student completes the survey. Universal screeners are critical to schools in identifying students who are at risk due to internalizing and externalizing behaviors. So we are looking at those scores of internalizing or externalizing to determine what interventions we need to do either at all school-wide, or maybe even and at the Tier 2 level. And when those screeners are completed, the counselor then checks in with that student if they scored high on internalizing, and they also make a connection with the family so that the family is aware and offer any kind of additional resources. So this is important because we are trying to prevent or lessen the negative outcomes for those students identified. The earlier we can identify this need, the quicker we can put some of those interventions in place and improve relationships, diminish disruptions to the classroom instruction, and then ultimately enhance the outcome of all students that are in our system. I wanted to take some time to talk about the universal screener data and what that looks like during COVID times. So for the last several years, we have had 2 to 4% in the red concern, kind of the highest concerning level, 7 to 11% in the yellow or borderline, and 86 plus in the green. This October, November, we did the first remote universal screener, and you can see that the scores in the red or concerning level did go up to 4 to 6%. We did see the yellow also go up 9 to 14%, and then the green went down slightly to 82 to 85%. I want to also mention that we had a 10% decline in the responsive rates just because we did that, remotely, and we had some students that didn't return the surveys. So usually we get an 87 to 89% return rate. We had a 79%. So I think it's important for us to guess that maybe the non-responsive student scores may have been more likely to be borderline or concern. And so these numbers we may see that were even higher than presenting in the current data. School counselors. So school counselors hold master's degrees from programs specifically designed for counseling in the school setting. I think it's important to mention that they're not therapists, but they're trained in helping students to gain skills that can help them to overcome challenges or barriers in achievement in school or in other areas of their life. They also help to help students reach their academic and career goals and to develop those social emotional skills. School counselors across all grade levels, counselors seek to support students in addressing their education, serving their needs across the academic, social, emotional, and career development domains. They also are kind of that conduit, or they're the primary point of contact in connecting students and families to a wide variety of resources, or maybe even being able to bring together information from various teachers and gain a better understanding of the needs of that student. And then within a multi-tiered system of support model, counselors actually are participating across each level of that tiered team. So they play a role in Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Our high school counselors, we can see that with around 6,500 students in our high schools, we have 17 counselors. So it's an average of about 385 students per counselor overall. Issaquah High is higher in their population, so those counselors have 418 per counselor. At the middle school, with around 5,000 students and 15 counselors, it's 330 students per counselor overall, and Maywood Middle School is our larger school with 393. Elementary, we're looking at a caseload of about 600 students per counselor overall. So moving into talking about school counselors and to talk about school counselors, some of the additional tasks that they do, new students and new student orientation and supporting those new students to transition into the school. They provide classroom guidance lessons. They're also our McKinney-Vento coordinator. They're the point person in the school that completes a questionnaire for our students who are experiencing homelessness. They are also our 504 coordinator, and they provide accommodations for students that have disabilities and need accommodations to be able to access their education. And they also serve as a participant on our guidance teams or our IEP teams, which are our students that are in special education. And they're responsible for child find, which means they're responsible for reviewing data and identifying if a student could have a disability and bringing that disability to the school team to be able to identify if that student needs to be accommodated. They do a lot of training on recognizing and responding to emotional and behavioral distress in our students. They train the staff, and then they also are responsible for doing the screening of the students in their school. Elementary does a lot of just-in-time lessons. We call that just-in-time because the data might indicate that, say, for example, a Tier 1 intervention, it might identify that school-wide there is a certain behavior that continues to present itself. The counselors may then hold some kind of school-wide assembly, or if there is a conflict at 4th grade recess and the counselor may go into the 4th grade classroom and do some skill building lessons with that particular group that the data is showing needs some support. The secondary, supports the highly capable program. They do academic option advising and scheduling support, and then they also support the students in their high school and beyond plan. How do counselors support in prevention and intervention? They conduct school-wide trainings for staff. They provide classroom lessons for students and early learning opportunities for parents. I mentioned the universal screener already. They examine data from school-wide needs, including the healthy youth survey data, and figure out, what are some comprehensive guidance lessons that we may need to do as a system as a whole to be able to address the concerns that come up in some surveys that we do. They're also available for students and parents for appointments regarding social emotional concerns with friends or peers or anything else that comes up. And then they also help to connect families to resources in the community or to our school-based health counselors. Counselors also play a role in crisis and trauma response. Our counselors have been trained in a method called PREPARE. PREPARE is a nationally recognized program by the National School Psychologists Association that prepares counselors to be able to go in at the time of a crisis. For example, if we have a death of a student, a staff member, or a parent, they are able to go in and complete a trauma screener to see which students may need additional support and provide support for the building on those days when they need additional grief response to this in the school. They conduct risk assessments. So we have a suicide screener that counselors complete when a student may be expressing suicide ideation. And they are trained in how to do that and what steps to take if a student is in imminent danger. They provide parent education on how to keep students safe and the next steps to take when students are in a crisis. And they also collaborate with the student's outside mental health provider. It's always important if a student is seeking support with an outside provider that we have a release of information so that we can coordinate care in the building and have that really working in partnership with their outside mental health provider. And then they manage classroom accommodation plans for students that qualify for disabilities. So this could also be a student who is newly diagnosed with anxiety or depression. They may identify that that student needs to have certain accommodations provided in the classroom. I want to take a second to talk about the district level crisis committee and what the crisis committee provides. Okay, sure. The district crisis committee provides the comprehensive crisis response in the situations that I mentioned when there is a death in the district. This group of individuals reviews all of our processes consistently and debriefs after a crisis response to see what changes need to happen. I'm thankful for all the members of that team. Our school-based health counselors are licensed social workers, and they work in partnership with the Issaquah School District. This is really a unique partnership that we have, and the fact that they are located in, I mentioned each one of our high schools, our middle schools, and shared amongst our elementary schools. Swedish supervisor is located at the administration office, so we have an opportunity to collaborate and to do a lot of planning and intervention support with Swedish as a whole. Some of the important things to mention is the early intervention. That really, they are not a tier 3 strategy for us. They are an early intervention strategy, and we do that to avoid some of the crisis. Students that are experiencing crisis in the moment would be a student that would be an outside referral, and we would be working to make sure that we connect those students to care, and that would be either with the support of the school-based health counselor, or the school counselor also is able to do that. Our school-based health counselors also provide lots of additional parent nights. They serve on our school teams also and provide that support not just to our students, but to our parents that need referrals. When should parents reach out to the school? Anytime. Early intervention is the best. If they need someone to talk to, if they have something that's impacting their life where they're not able to function well in a certain aspect of their life, I would recommend that early. Just reach out, and we're always willing to help. I always want to take this opportunity to talk about when a student talks about suicide, to tell people to stay calm, that you don't have to have all the answers. Acknowledge the courage that it took for a student to talk with you. Speak directly about suicide. Secure lethal means. If you know that you have medication in the house, a firearm, anything else that a student could use as lethal means, making sure that's removed from your house, and then listing some of the resources that you can use. Your local emergency room is always a place that you can take a student for a risk assessment. I know I'm getting short on time, so I'm just going to quickly kind of talk a little bit about pivoting into the remote learning. The structure that I mentioned in the beginning, if we did not have that structure, we would not be able to move and be able to implement a lot of the strategies that we've been able to do. The data had changed. We didn't have some of the same data of attendance or some of the state testing data, so we had to kind of shift our practices and still use data, though. That was essential part of our project, of our strategic plan. Universal screener, we still use that. We just used it remotely. And then also our intervention teams continued to meet and put interventions in place and progress monitor, just doing it virtually. It looked a little different. Real quickly on McKinney-Vento data, our McKinney-Vento counts are down. I think that this has a lot to do with the moratorium on evictions, and also just students learning remotely. Families can learn from other places. So we are seeing the current count is at 86, where at the end of last school year we were at 181. We are seeing an increase in initial 504 plans, and that's a lot of families are going and getting new diagnosis and coming and talking to us about how their student may need an intervention. So a lot more at the start of the year, families had done that, I think, over the summer, potentially. We have a lower number of CPS reports, and this is not because we think that there is not abuse that is happening out there, but just because of the less contact with our students, we may not have as many reports coming into us. So we have 62 reports. Currently, there's usually 145 or so this time of year. We're thankful for our community partners and all of the work that happens. We cannot do this by ourselves. Our community also has to support us. During remote learning, our school counselors can be accessed by email to set up virtual appointments. Many of our counselors also on the student Canvas sites and things like that also have links where students are able to access their counselor. School-based health counselors can be accessed directly. You don't need to go through a school counselor. We wanted to remove that barrier in being able to access them. Our school-based health counselors continue to provide the services that they have. They were able to be up and running quickly this year because in the spring of last year, they had already started a lot of their forms and telehealth, a lot of the permissions that needed to happen. So this fall, they were quickly brought up and we're serving our students. We are seeing a positive involvement of other people in students' lives. Maybe it's a grandparent or a parent who are really proactively being involved in the student's care. And then we also are seeing a change in the referral resource. Usually this would come from the school counselors. It's now a lot of self-referrals or parents asking for these services. Majority of our middle and high school students want to be seen on Wednesdays. They don't want to miss class despite the option for asynchronous learning. So our school-based health counselors have extended their hours on Wednesdays and are trying to meet the needs of those students. We have a higher number of students being seen in transition years of the sixth grade and ninth grade, which historically has not been the case. And our case numbers were lower at the start of the year, even though we were ready to be up and running. But there was a lot of additional marketing, and this now puts our numbers similar to when we are in person. And a shout out for supporting your team during COVID-19. An additional session will be offered on February 8th at 6 p.m. on Zoom. Watch your e-news for more information on that. Our district website under Family Counseling Services and Family Cultural and Family Partnership, you can see where you can access your school-based health counselor or your counselor or access forms in different languages. I think I am short on time and I'm not going to be able to get into this, but there are so many innovative things that are being done at each one of the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And I wish I had time to get into this, but I want to respect the timeline that we have and the other people that are on the agenda for this evening. The last thing as we prepare to move into our buildings, we have a lot of our support staff, our school counselors, PBSCS coaches, school psychs, behavioral specialists, and nurses all are having an opportunity to attend a multi-tiered system of support mental health training in March, where we're going to talk about the skills that we need to reinforce for all students when they come back after COVID. I think recognizing that a lot of our students may feel anxious or may need some support in the impact of returning back to learning. So we are definitely taking that into account as we think about our tiered intervention system. So thank you, and I'm gonna cut myself off there because I know that I could talk and talk and talk, but I want to be respectful of time. So, thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button. Thank you very much, Pam. Are there any questions from the board? And I can only see 3 of you. Shout out.
Maybe Pam, if you stop the share. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you. Were there any questions? Harlan.
I was really hoping that this presentation would focus on this transition to remote. So the last couple of slides was actually what I was interested in hearing about. We know all the other stuff, right? We're well versed in it because we've passed levy after levy and focused on adding that to our plan. So we're well aware of that, as well as the curriculum, like second step, just so everyone knows that's watching this. Like we know this intimately because we're passionate about this. My specific question is, for the Swedish mental health counselors, we've had presentations where you give us a breakdown of their chief complaints, like how many have been suicidal ideation versus anxiety and depression versus just stress about school. And we know that data, what it's been pre-COVID. I was really wanting to see what is the impact of COVID and remote learning been on those diagnoses.
Sure. And I'd be happy to provide that to you if you would like me to send it your way.
I think that would be great.
Okay.
Because that was sort of my question too, is in terms of mental health and reasons students reached out to counselors and reasons there were interventions, have those changed dramatically since we went remote, and have they increased?
President Weaver, if I could just ask Pam too, I would be curious, and certainly we would want to see the hard data, Pam, but anecdotally, I know you're talking with counselors every single day, and I would just be curious to Director Gallinger's question. I mean, are you, just, again, anecdotally, I know you don't have the data in front of you, are we seeing increased anxiety and things like that? I mean, I think it was, listening to one of our student inputs tonight, our public input from our student, I think told a story that I sadly have heard too frequently since the pandemic hit. So I'm just curious if you have thoughts about that just in general, Pam.
Yeah, we do have reports. Counselors are reporting an increase in anxiety. They're noticing that in even sitting in on some of the classroom lessons, if a teacher is maybe concerned about a student. And I think anxiety is definitely social anxiety. So I think, we have some students who don't want to have their cameras on for one reason or another. Sometimes when we gently explore why that is, it could have to do with the social anxiety around that. I think we're also seeing an impact on executive functioning skills. So when a student is feeling anxious or depressed, it makes it more difficult to organize your thinking or to organize yourself physically. So that might actually present itself in disorganization or unclear communication or thinking, difficulty organizing your thinking. So those are things that people are also experiencing. And that's why some of our counselors have offered things like the lunch bunch, where you can attend at lunch to just have social conversations with your friends, to still be making those contacts and practicing some of those social skills. They've also offered like mindfulness rooms where you can come in if students want to do some stress reduction activities. They offer opportunities like that for the students to participate in some small group drop-ins where they can do mindfulness activities too.
Any other questions? Harlan.
Pam, I don't know if you were at a board meeting where I talked about, we went to our annual conference, and one of the districts, they have a separate way that they have their remote learning, and I don't know how this works, but essentially everyone comes into basically an introductory part of it where they can essentially, in the beginning of the day, like as if they're walking into the building, they could go to an office or to talk to the secretary or talk to a counselor. So, I mean, how are we in this remote setting? I think part of the decreased child abuse reporting, like we have to own that part, right? We have to overcome this technological barrier. So how are we having that openness that normally would fluidly exist?
Yeah, I think I can speak to that. I think there's a variety of ways that I'm seeing that happen. One is when teachers give students, for example, individual work time, they can put each one of the students in an individual breakout room so they can individually pop into those rooms and have private check-ins with the students. I know that that has proved to be useful because the students, you know, actually are seeing their teacher more than they're, you know, not running into their counselor necessarily in the halls like they would in a regular school building. We have counselors that have drop-in times in same, I think that's kind of what you're talking about. We do have counselors that are offering that where students at certain times can just pop in whenever they want to. Like I mentioned, on their student center, they can click and they can access their counselor from their Canvas site. I'm trying to think of what else I had on there. I'm sorry, I skipped over that last page, but they have lots and lots of things that they were doing to Google. They're using Calendly, which is like a calendar scheduling program where the students can go in anytime and they can schedule an appointment with their counselor. So it's similar to at school where they would sign up to see the counselor. They're doing that digitally, and those links are made available to the counselors. A Google form on Clever, virtual mailbox for students to send counselors notes. They're even doing like little videos in their sign at the bottom of their signature on things so that the students could click on that and see a short video about their counselor so that it makes it a little bit more approachable to kind of see and learn a little bit more about your counselor. Those are a few things that I had listed here on my list.
And I was encouraged, you kind of threw that at the end, that the elementary counselors are working on how to support students transitioning to new teachers. I think that's a piece of information that's important for our families to hear, just like, you know, we have programs in place when kids have to change new schools for boundaries, that we have, you know, people ready to guide the PTAs and people ready to help the students get acclimated and all of that. I think it's important to know that we do have those things in place, those supports for students. Anything else from the board? And was there any public input on this? Okay, I've got two, so I'm going to go ahead and take them. Jennifer Bland.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thanks for allowing me to speak today. I would like to speak to the part about us having resources available to help the children through this transition. I'm a first grade teacher, Sunset Elementary, and I'm concerned with the fact that tomorrow will be my last day with my first graders in this class setting with these exact children. But the parents only found out this afternoon that they're confirming whether they were remote or in person. And I am concerned about being the person to present to them that this is what's happening, because there's so much, they're little children. And I feel like I want the grown-ups to solve the disagreement, come together, just like parents who have a disagreement or that they're getting divorced, they need to work it out as adults and come to a plan that's going to work really, really well before the children know any of those details. I think that we have, in the effort to try to inform the community of how we're moving forward in this plan, we've actually kind of put the children in the middle of a struggle, and they're being exposed basically to kind of like R-rated material. I mean, you know, we have people in here who are very, very angry, who were using swear words in the board meeting and threatening to revoke this and that and the other thing. That's real scary to a 6-year-old. They don't understand that. They need to be protected from it. And I would just ask to keep working together with the union, with the board, with the parent groups, with the teachers who maybe there's teachers who aren't in the union, or maybe there's teachers who are in the union but still want you to hear what we have to say. We care so much about the children, but I can't, as one person, come in and mop up the sadness and make things better for them, while also keeping the confidentiality. I cannot expose to the children whether I am their teacher come February 4th. I can't tell them, oh, the person you're with is so-and-so. You're going to be fine. It's not for me to do that. That should be something that the parents can comfort the kids at home or talk to them and prepare them for it a little bit before they have the teachers doing that. And
Okay,
this Thursday, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cotton, sorry. Hard to read those. Yep, working on it.
And
There
I
you
can
go.
unmute. Hi, I also just realized I hadn't changed my name since I was teaching today. My first name is Boyd. I am a teacher at Issaquah Middle School, best middle school in the district. I planned on speaking tonight to talk about my concerns about reopening, but when I saw this on the agenda, I realized this was my Thursday night. I just wanted to shout out that I think one of the best things we do in this district is PBSCS. I cannot tell you how amazing it is that we do this. I am a 27-year-old teacher, so I cannot speak to what y'all were doing when I was at Maywood, but I love that we do this. And what I wanted to say is that no matter what going back to school looks like, we obviously know that our students are suffering, our students are struggling, and everything that Pam was just talking about is more important than ever. And our PBSCS coach is amazing, and she works on a 0.5 FTE. And I know that there are some buildings that don't have PBSCS coaches at all. Now, I know that there are reasons for that, but I would suggest that if this board and our district cares about this as much as we say we do, one of the first things we can do to prove that is make sure our PBSCS coaches are in every building at a 1.0, especially because of how necessary all of this work that is in this section is going to be when we get back in the building. It is going to be more important than ever. And as much as we can disagree on when schools get back into session, eventually they will. And all of these kids are going to bring this trauma into the building. And the people that are going to have to deal with that, other than the parents, respectfully, are me and my other colleagues. And so I hope that we can put our money where our mouth is and make sure that those kids are ready, or that we are ready for when those kids come in with those traumas. This has been an incredibly hard, however many 300 days, and we need to be prepared for that when kids come back, not months later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And in the interest of time, I'm really sorry, but I'm just going to take one more. Caitlin Schreiber. Oh, wait. There we go. Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks so much for giving me a chance to speak, and I hope my power doesn't go off this time like last month. I wanted to say the same as what's been said before. We have an amazing PBSCS program and the counselors, and I can say for my senior in high school down to my kids that have been in elementary school, we have an incredible counseling staff, and I have been just wowed and impressed by them, and I totally concur with that. I just wanted to tag on to what Mr. Gallinger said about what's going on right now in our district and in regards to mental health. And the one thing I did write down in the great presentation we just saw was about the difference in the CPS reports. We've had 62, there have been 62 CPS reports this year, and normally there would be 145. I wrote that down, and I just thought, wow, that right there shows you there's a lot that is being missed, and there's a lot that the teachers are trying to do, our amazing teachers are trying to do. And they can't do it when you just see a screen. You don't see the whole picture and the whole view of the kids, and you don't see them in person, and you don't see what they're going through. And that is why we have such an amazing staff and teachers here at Issaquah School District. And I just wanted to follow up with one little personal anecdote. I have 2 kids at Issaquah School District. I also have 2 kids in private school. They're dyslexic, and we had to find a private school for them to help work with that. And my 2 sons went to school today. My 7th and 4th grader went to school today, 3.5 hours. It was my 7th grader's first day in a year. He was so excited. He was giddy. He was excited to pull out his shirt. Yeah, there are nerves. Yeah, there are a lot of unknowns, but I can just say quickly, 3.5 hours, it is enough. It is enough for these kids to get just that little bit of in person, and it is worth it. And these kids are excited for the change and to see people. And even though the nervousness of switching teachers, they can do it. They can do, and I know our teachers can do it too. And I've heard from amazing kindergartner teachers and other teachers in this that I've loved dearly. And I know it's hard to change, but I know we can all do these for our kids. So thank you for the time. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sorry to the other people that have their hands raised. We're going to be here till 2 in the morning if I take all of you. So I apologize. Please send us an email. If there are no other questions, I'm going to move to the next agenda item. Are we good? Thank you very much, Pam. Appreciate you taking that to come talk to us. Oops, and my agenda just disappeared. High school graduation requirements, and I think I want a motion. And Anne is ready.
I move the board adopt the graduation requirements for the class of 2025 at Gibson Eck, Issaquah, Liberty, and Skyline High Schools as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and it's seconded. And I see Ms. Hood, who I assume is here to talk to us about grad requirements. Oh, do I need to? No.
Got me.
I know Dr. could answer any questions the board might have as well too. So I don't know if she feels a need to explain anything. Ours are a little bit complicated, and I really appreciated the documentation that Pam provided us so we could see how it kind of steps out for Liberty High School, and that we were able to get Gibson Eck back in the rotation this year because of their waiver approval. So I just wanted to share that. And I don't know, Donna, if you had things that you wanted to share.
Yeah, I saw Director Maraldo's hand first, though. Was there something right away?
I just had a quick question that I'm surprised after 12 years on the board, this hasn't dawned on me. So we do the Washington History and Government in 7th grade. And what do we do? You already know my question, don't you? What do we do for those kids that come into the school district after 7th grade?
Yeah, we continue to offer a Northwest Studies for any of our transfer students. And under the state law, we're also allowed to waive it for some of our older students, depending on the time that they transfer into the school. If they're older students, juniors and seniors may not have the time in their schedule to actually complete the course. So there are occasions where we can waive the met not met requirement, but it's not a credit requirement. And so that's why most of our kids just get it. If they're at school anywhere in the state of Washington, they usually come to us with it or get it with us. And for our older students, we offer it. And then if we can or need to, we can waiver it. Yeah, probably the only thing I wanted to draw your attention to was the credit chart. I found that really helpful last year, at least for my own thinking and preparing for this. And so it's showing how many opportunities each of the graduating classes at Liberty High School will have in the actual scheduled day. So it steps down based on the numbers of periods that they'll have. And I removed the software tech requirement that you all took action on earlier this year. So I wanted to let you know that that was out of the regulation and also out of the course guides, because this really is it's a funny regulation that is both technical, but also has this big component adopted by the board. And then in addition, we publish it in the course guides for all of the kids and parents to see as they're registering for classes.
Okay, so I think the moral of the story here is that Issaquah High and Skyline High are staying where they were at
correct
credits out of 28 possible in a 7-period day. And Liberty High School is stepping down to that same goal, but this is for the class of 2025.
Yes.
So that class will still be at 25 of 29 opportunities, but in the class of 2026, all 3 of our comprehensive high schools are going to be at 24 out of 28.
That's correct. You nailed it. Couldn't have said it better.
And actually, I knew that you all knew that. I kind of was speaking to the crowd just to make really clear what we are doing, because we are transitioning Liberty High School from their 8-period block to the same 7-period modified block as the other 2 comprehensive high schools. Any other questions, concerns from the board? Comments? We're happy. That's so good. Are we ready to vote on the motion? Sounds good. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? We're good on grad requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, that was painless. They should all be like that. I didn't ask for public input on grad requirements. No, we're done. We voted. It's history. I'm sorry. Let's move on to the monitoring report for EL 16, and I think I would entertain a motion on that as well, Anne.
I move the board accept the annual internal monitoring report for EL 16 equity as presented.
Do I have a second? Anyone?
Second.
Thank you.
Made me nervous there for a minute.
And sorry, I got thrown out of the meeting, so I'm back now.
I'm sorry. Okay, so I will turn it over to Superintendent Thiele and Ms. Sivadathan.
Yeah, thank you. We are both Executive Director Sivadathan and myself have been looking forward to this. We've already in this meeting tonight made reference to the work that the ISD and this board has done as it relates to equity initiatives in our district, and I'm incredibly proud of that work. You will have noticed, because the board gets these reports in advance, that the format has changed quite a bit this year for this particular report. Ms. Sivadathan has began to really build out systems in her department. And she always tells me, you know, Ron, I'm a person who really likes to build systems. And it's a brand new department for us. I won't go into great detail, but we've expanded from where we were originally a number of years ago, having a point two to address equity issues in the Issaquah School District, to now having an executive director, cabinet level position with support staff and an entire department on its own. That should tell folks how important this work is. It's fundamental to what we're trying to accomplish towards our mission here in the Issaquah School District. Elena and her team have done a wonderful job creating equity support structures, embedding equity thinking into our system. And this is really important to me, without creating an equity silo. Elena and I have talked about this, and I'm doing a lot of equity work and professional development outside of even my role as superintendent here. And as you speak with superintendents, a lot of them want to do the work we're doing. It actually, we're kind of in demand in that way. People are very interested in the work that Issaquah has been doing in this area. And one caution that I've heard, and I would second, is don't allow, really, you don't want any of your departments to become silos, but sometimes it's a little challenging, but equity needs to be able to have that overlay over the entire system. And I think Elaine and her team are doing a great job in that area. I'm going to let Elena speak, but before I just wanted to touch on a few things that we're especially proud of. It's been a very busy time. And I'd asked Elena, what are some of the highlights that you pulled out of the report as you were working, and we've been kind of going through this. She noted the creation of 6 equity modules, 2 of which are used at New Hire Academy to onboard all new hires to the equity and diversity work and vision of the ISD. So as we bring people in, they immediately start to have an onboarding experience in our equity work. Creation of equity building leads at every school, K-12 in the district, so that we literally have somebody who that is their lead in the building. The amount and variety of support we have provided during remote learning, excuse me, that's obviously for all of our departments, and everything we do in the system has been a big deal for the last, I believe it's 322 days. Building professional development focused on equity and diversity. That continues to be an ongoing theme because we have to continually learn more and refine our skills. And supports provided to families via the family partnership liaisons. Just really some outstanding work there. And I know that Elena can give some examples of how that's been so critical during this very challenging time. And I just have to say, it was referenced earlier in remarks from Director Gallinger and something that I recently presented on actually to another group of superintendents. And it's where we are now starting to see data, because we are a data-driven system within our school system, that I believe highlights that this work is starting to pay off. And the biggest area where we have seen that is in the disproportionality rates, particularly among our Black male students. We still have disproportionality in suspension rates there, but we've cut them in half. And for 3 years, we've moved in the right direction. And while we don't have multiple years of trend data, we're also starting to see disproportionality narrow in grad rates as well. So I'm really proud of that work, and there's just been lots of great stuff happening there. But I want to give our executive director, Siva Dawson, an opportunity to speak to it. And maybe, Elena, if you could speak to the formatting as well of the report, because I like it, and I hope the board likes it in how that it's been put into these tables format. So, Elena, can you please share?
Well, I thought it looked like a giant Elena to-do list, which is not a bad thing, but it was like,
It is a bit of that, President Baker, yes.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm excited to be able to talk with you tonight about the equity work that we did in the 2019-20 school year. I do have to just say that that was a very unique year, having 6 months, especially 6 months new to the position, being in person, and then the remainder was responding to the pandemic and all the equity work that came from there. So just a very interesting year to report on. As I was putting the information together, I had remembered from the last monitoring report that there had been a request just to present the information in a different manner, where you would be able to see what the goals were, why we were doing the things that we were doing, maybe how we were looking at measuring or assessing the work, and then, what areas of EL16 it related to. So like Ron said, I love systems. I love to be organized. And so I put it in this graph, but if that doesn't work for you moving forward, I'm certainly open to changing it. I think just given the time frame that we have tonight, I felt like how I was going to walk through the report was just to give a summary of each section and sort of share out some highlights in there. And then, of course, feel free to stop me at any point if you have questions or want to dialogue about things. So in terms of section 1, we're really focusing on promoting an environment and a culture that is committed to every student having the opportunity to reach their full potential through educational equity. What I really want to highlight first and foremost is the importance of doing professional development with our staff so they understand maybe some of the barriers or that our students face, some of the bias that they may carry in their approaching their work with our students, and just some of the inequities and just racism that exists in our society that may not be the lived experience of our staff. And we need them to understand that in order to be able to promote an environment that does ask students to reach their full potential and does look at things through an equity lens. And so I know Ron touched on it, but I was excited to partner with Cyborg Mobile and to create 6 equity modules. Those modules were equity, cultural competency, culturally responsive practices, identity, safety, stereotype threat, and microaggressions. Ron touched on the fact that the first 2 modules we show at all new hire events, so that any staff that comes to the district does have that on board to the importance of the equity work that we're doing in the district and where we've come and where we are now. I think that another very wonderful aspect of the equity modules is that when we were creating the modules, we were creating them in a steering committee format. So I was meeting with human resources, with special services, with student interventions, and with TLS. And we were putting these modules together so that we could really ensure that we were braiding or weaving, whatever words you want to use, all the important priorities and focuses of the district into these equity modules so that people see them as not separate work. They're, you know, when we're doing inclusive practices, when we're doing culturally responsive practices, when we're doing equity work in HR, those are all, they're all the same thing. It's not separate work. And so really trying to ensure that staff see that and that they see the through line in all the priorities that we're doing. So it was wonderful collaboration to be able to create those 6 equity modules and get them out to staff. I think it also provides our buildings and our department administrators some immediate resources that they can have on hand to do equity work in their buildings and to flex it based on the needs of their building or their department. And those modules really act as a launching pad instead of asking principals to maybe come up with all of that all on their own, especially depending on where they might be in their journey. And so these modules really are a benefit and a support to our building staff and our department staff, which in turn, you know, leads to equitable outcomes and practices for our students. I think the other thing I would say really quickly about the cyborg modules is that we piloted them as we were building them. So we would build them and we would pilot them across all staff members in our district. So every labor group had an opportunity to be a part of the pilot, and we would take their feedback to make sure that the modules were clear, were engaging, and to see how we could improve on them. So they were very well vetted, and we're excited to be able to provide this as a resource. The next piece I would talk to is just in regards to the different professional development that we were able to offer throughout the district. In terms of building PD, we were able to offer 2, every building offered 2 equity or diversity PDs within their building at minimum. We were able to partner again with Cultures Connecting to come in with Dr. Caprice Hollins and Ilsa Govan to provide that professional development to our staff. Some of the topics, right, ranged around hot moments or stereotype threat, implicit bias. Those were just some of the topics that Cultures Connecting covered with staff. I know that Lorna Gilmore, who is a TOSA in the equity department, was also able to bring in parent panels to give staff a perspective on what it's like for parents who didn't grow up in the US or within the US school system, and just to start to create that dialogue and maybe more welcoming practices within our buildings. And we also were able to do all admin PD this year. So, you know, that focuses on all the building and department administrators within the district. One of the things that I want to highlight was a video that we did around discipline, and I really want to give a shout out to Andrea McCormick, the principal of Issaquah High School, for her partnership with me in putting on this professional development. She was able to create a video asking students of color at Issaquah High what their either experiences were with discipline or their perspectives on our discipline practices within the system. And it was a very, you know, I think brave and vulnerable experience on her part to get just really honest feedback from students of color of what their experience has been like in our district. And if there's anything that I think moves staff within our district, it's hearing from their own students. and what their lived experience has been within our system, whether that's the intent or not. I think it's so important to hear their lived experience, and then also to act on it, right? Because it can be traumatic for students to share that information, and we don't want their bravery to go for nothing. And so I would like to, think that by our staff listening to what those students' lived experiences were like, reflecting on our own discipline practices, reflecting on why maybe there's perception gaps out there with our students. I would like to think that also helps contribute to to reducing the amount of disproportionality within our own discipline. We were also able to talk about how to communicate with Black families. I think we were getting feedback from our Black families and our community that sometimes we were not reaching out as administrators or as a system until there was a problem, which created, sometimes tension in these meetings. And so I was able to partner with Dr. Caprice Hollins to really do a presentation for our administrators on Black culture, on and just on how to navigate or break down some of those barriers, and the importance of communicating in real time and having those courageous conversations and not waiting until maybe the last minute to reach out. Another highlight I thought was I was able to partner with a man by the name of Rashad Norris. I had heard from some of our high schools that we needed to really help support our Black students and our Hispanic and Latinx students with school engagement at the high school level. And so I brought in Rashad Norris. He specifically focused his work at Liberty High School. He worked with around 20 students to really get at what were the barriers to engagement, and then also then in turn to work and provide professional development for the staff at Liberty to, again, help break down those barriers. And so that was a great partnership and well received by both students and staff at the building. Sorry, I'm trying to cut through because I know we're on a timeline here. And I think the last thing I would say was a wonderful, Lorna and I were able to go and present at IMC during curriculum adoption on just having a lens for equity and diversity as they were looking at curriculum or novels to adopt in the process. And so just being able to train our IMC panel on the importance of having an equity lens in that process. So looking to do more of that in the future, and can't wait to report to you next year on the work that's already begun there. Ron touched on it. I was really excited to be able to put together a 3-year plan or proposal for equity building leads at every school K-12 in our system. I think that, like Ron said, I love to have systems in place, and I think that my goal is to have our buildings do more and more equity work. And I won't get too far into that, but I think it's helpful to then set systems up in place that will help support that. So I think by having an equity building lead, you have an in-house sort of equity support within the building that could help with things such as putting together professional development, help with maybe equity goals connected to the school improvement plan, to help put on culturally diverse programs within the school. And also, I think to really be sort of a liaison between the building and the equity department in terms of what are the needs that are happening in the building, what are some of the supports or challenges that we may still need to be addressing as a system. And so those have taken off this year. It's been very successful so far. And again, excited to talk to you about that next year. I think the last thing that I would really highlight in this section was that we Read Across America is a big celebration within the district. I think we really shifted the focus last year away from Dr. Seuss to sort of the real intent of that week, right? Which is to encourage a love of reading in all of our students. And a couple of summers ago, I had gone to Teachers College at Columbia University, and I had taken a class called Windows and Mirrors. And there was a quote that just really hit me and lit a fire under me to really change the focus of this week. And it was by someone named Adrian Rich, where they said, when someone with the authority of a teacher describes the world and you are not in it, there is a moment of disequilibrium as if you looked into a mirror and saw nothing. And so, you know, I collaborated with our school librarians just around this notion that we need students to be surrounded by books that have people that look like them, that depict people that look like them in a positive way, and are written by authors that look like them. And so when Read Across America becomes about one white author, that is a disservice to our students, and how damaging can that be if there's a week that's all about the love of learning and students don't see themselves at all in the books that they're reading. And so we were able to change the focus of that week. Like I said, we collaborated with the librarians, and there was all sorts of guest readers and book tastings and poetry and reading without walls, all these activities that were done that was really wonderful, and I think celebrated, right, the diversity of our classrooms and let our students be seen in that respect. So those were some of the highlights from section 1 that I just wanted to pull out and speak to. I'm now going to move into section 2. Just looking, I think in looking in at the time frame, I wanted to talk about the COVID supports that we provided as soon as school shut down in March. I mean, it was incredible. And what I want to say is that I always am the one that gets the pleasure of sharing this information with you. But I would be nothing without the team, without my equity department team. So a huge shout out to them, because they helped do a lion's share of the work. But when schools shut down, we immediately got to work. So the family partnership liaisons registered all the families for laptops and hotspots during remote learning. They partnered with TLS and Kathy Kropp and Diana Eggers in that regard. I mean, there was lots of people in TLS that were helping as well, but our folks were doing large work there. We were also translating all the documents in real time, and I can't even explain what that is like, and just the time consuming and just on a nature, right? Because as soon as maybe Ron's sending something out, we've got to follow up with the translation, or it just wreaks kind of havoc in our community for our families that are linguistically diverse. So if you, when you think about all the documents that went out for just remote learning, for food services, for childcare. I mean, the list goes on and on. It was all being translated in real time by our folks. We also created translated videos to help explain to families the online platforms that were being used during COVID-19. I think many of our culturally and linguistically diverse families they're more of a collectivist culture. They're not maybe used to going to a district website to find out information and just reading things written. So it helps to have things presented orally and visually. And so trying to create those videos in real time was also were a lot of work there. Again, many of our linguistically diverse families may not be going to the district website to necessarily get information for a myriad of reasons. And so our group, I wasn't a department then, but our group was translating information and then creating translated robocalls and sending targeted robocalls to families in their preferred language to let them know where to look on the website, to let them know about information. And I mean, these were happening left, right, and center. So we were doing that work there. We were helping to support buildings with their tier 2 work, like Pam had touched on earlier. So our family partnership liaisons were often helping to reach out to families in their preferred language to try to reconnect them to school. We also had to train our family partnership liaisons on the different remote platforms that were being used, right? So that they could then in turn be of help to our linguistically diverse families in the community and help walk them through those different platforms to be able to support them. We had set up that online platform with Album so that we could hire on-demand interpreters so that they could participate in Zoom meetings with families and help reach out to families that were struggling during this remote learning. We also had to provide staff with lots of training on how to use Language Line, again, which is an interpreter service, how to use Google Text, because many of our staff, didn't want to either release their personal phone number when reaching out to families, and they were not, as part of their contract, right, they weren't required to use their personal device to reach out to families. So we had to get creative and we know that teachers need to be able to communicate with families. And so we had to train our staff on how to be able to be creative to reach out to families to meet their needs. We were updating our Facebook page, our Cultural and Family Partnership Facebook page, just with lots of information. We were working with Cultural Bridges through ISF to kind of get information out to the community. A lot of our Chinese community likes to use WeChat. And so it's just all these different networking ways that we use to get information out to families who may not necessarily come to the district website to get that information. Yes, so we were doing a lot during that time to help support just all the inequities that are created through remote learning. So touching on that, I do feel like I'm talking a lot, you all. I could talk all night, so feel free to stop me if you need me to. I think like Ron said, I am a systems person. And so one of the things that I'm really excited about is our start down the path as a district of multi-tiered systems of support. I really think that will help lead to equitable outcomes for students. And for me, it really is the why from EL16. I think MTSS is really what will make EL16 come to life throughout the district and throughout all of our buildings. So I think and the reason why I say that is that I think when as a system, we are looking at data systemically, we are responding to it systemically, we are addressing disproportionality or trying to be proactive in addressing that through MTSS, I think that's going to be fantastic. It's a way that we're going to be able to embed inclusive practices and cultural competency and our PBSES and academic intervention work. And I just think that it's going to be powerful. I can't wait for it to happen. And I think that if I can be so bold, I think sometimes it's easy to kind of talk about disproportionality, but I feel like you need the systems to be able to address it with fidelity across the system. And I think it's also a way for us to keep a check on how many departments and how many requests are going out to buildings, sort of one-off to look at this data and respond to this data. And so I think what it does is it systematizes and helps us look at the data holistically and not maybe overwhelm buildings all at once. Yes, Harlan.
So I'll start off by saying that I think that you're amazing. I'm biased because you were my principal, but but you're new to presenting at board meetings, and I think that our preference is that the staff goes on an assumption that we've read through everything that you've sent, and
Okay.
just a small snapshot, and then really value this time for us to dialogue with you rather than it be a report out. That's my personal preference. So I'm just going to jump into some questions if you don't mind.
Yes, perfect.
So first of all, part of equity, and the hardest part, and we've had to really push our CFO to that, is inequitable funding to actually do equity work. So in the spreadsheets that you attached, when it says certificated FTE in that column, certificate FTE for what? For both the title schools and the lab schools. Like, what is that certificate FTE doing?
So I think maybe Jake could probably talk a little bit more robustly to this, but for me, the certificated FTE is based on how many free and reduced students or like the free and reduced percentage at a title school will help drive how much full-time employment you get for a title teacher at that building. And then based on the amount of FTE that you have, the preponderance of that FTE according to the WAC is it has to be focused on reading, on a reading intervention program. And then like one school in our district uses some of the FTE to focus on math, but the preponderance of it needs to be focused on reading.
I guess I was more rhetorical. Like, how do we use that FTE to get to equitable outcomes? Right. I mean, I know the categorical funding, and I know the part about that, but like, how are we actually in our district using it to move the needle to get to equitable outcomes? So like, what are we measuring within our systems? And so I would challenge us to think about in the future reporting for equity, like, I think you provided a lot of detail and a lot of activities that was, in my opinion, a lot of work plans. I want to see, like, how do we get from activity to outcome? And so how do we measure the activity? And it may be in these first couple of years, we don't see any outcomes. But the other example I would say is for the human resources part, I would like to see some data on, I would like to know how many people of color we have, how many people that don't speak English as their primary language, those kinds of information, because we may not see difference in our recruitment and retention this year, or next year, but like our discipline data, I think that we will. So I would encourage you to look as you build your department on establishing baseline data sets that we can look that can trend and measure growth. And I know not all of them will be like creating a culture and environment, like those ones are tough. And I'm not like, I think that how you presented that is perfect. But there are ones like when it comes to systemic approaches of decreasing the inequities that we can actually probably get good data sets and leverage that, because that will help motivate board members who aren't sitting here who in the future continue to say we are going to disproportionately fund Maple Hills and Issaquah Valley and XYZ to make sure that we give every student in our district the opportunity to reach their highest potential. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes absolute sense. I think also one thing that I also want to share is that I think when we're looking at the title and lap program, I think it's looking at FTE, but I also think it's looking at the program in and of itself. And I think if we're going to move the needle in terms of increasing test scores and those pieces, like I think what I also wanted to share, I'm excited about and starting this partnership with Rich, and I see it carrying forward this year with him taking it over, was I think also moving, seeing growth and improvement is also about, we took a deeper look at the program to see how, like, what type of intervention is title and lap, right? So we need to be able to ask that of ourselves as a district. And then if it's a 2-tier intervention, okay, do we have the curriculum that matches the type of intervention that we're going for? And then looking at how are we training our title and lap teachers to do intervention matching, right? And then what type of assessment are we doing as we're qualifying students for title and lap so that we can begin to intervention match? And are we intervention matching based on success criteria that we have decided is essential, right? Of course, all standards are essential, but what are the essential standards that we are guaranteeing that we want students to be proficient in when they leave kindergarten or first or second grade? And are we aligning our interventions to those essential standards? And is our model, right, like is pull out or is push in a more effective model? So there's all of these kind of dynamics at play when we're looking at how do we measure growth and how are we going to get to growth? And so I 100% see your piece around the FTE as being important. And I also think it's looking at our program too and seeing what tweaks do we need to make to help ensure growth as well.
Right. I don't want to speak for the board, but for me, like I'm willing to have us fund whatever we need to. And if we need to go and as we build our levy, which the 4-year levy is coming up, and we say, gosh, this equity work is driving these results or needs, we need to say these buildings need this much support to do that. Like that's the conversations that we can have with the community, but it allows us to put context to the money numbers, which is what a community member would want. Kind of like you provided the disproportional highly capable data, which I know is going to be a very sensitive topic in our district. And I know you were the principal of a building that hosted Merlin. Those are real numbers, but I guess I didn't see in this, and that's the way you opened it up and then stopped talking to other board members and asked, has there been any thought from your department on how we go from transitioning from just being an admirer of the problem to coming up with solutions to how do we address the disproportional? Because I suppose if you brought it in for title lap and special education, it would be disproportional the other direction.
Susan, do you want to talk or do you want me to?
I think she might have to be unmuted,
Yeah,
President
I'm
Weaver.
on
Thank
my mouse. I'm sorry. I didn't see that coming.
you.
It's not working. You might have to do something on your end.
Oh, it almost got there.
I'm clicking on it. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe once she does it, do you have to do it then, Susan?
Yeah, try to unmute yourself. No?
Oh.
I don't know what's going on. There you are.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so just to speak briefly about the highly capable program and the idea of sort of admiring the problem. We don't want to admire the problem, and yet once we've put a lot of, tried to mitigate the problem by, monitoring many different pieces of it that was all listed in the report, we decided to try to go around the problem by offering and enhancing the instructional program for all kids at a higher level, kind of assuming that there may be students that weren't identified, obviously, because of the disproportion. You can see it in the chart. So using our department to get out there and teach the teachers different techniques to offer gifted strategies, instructional strategies that work for all kids, because we are a very high performing district overall, and a lot of kids will benefit from these kinds of things. And opening up opportunities for challenge groups and guests and things like that that can augment and offer services to kids that may not be seen in the identification data. So just wanted to add that part.
Sydney.
So thank you for the report. Super helpful in your overview. Was helpful. I guess for me, one of the things that would be very helpful for me to understand and maybe clarify my interest first is, and I've talked about this in the past, is how are we balancing the investment and the energy even that we have in equity between what we are doing in support of education and professional development for teachers and staff, and what are we doing from a direct support of our underrepresented populations. And so that's something I can't really glean as I look at the information that's here. So that would be for me really important. And so I'll give you an example. So where I got excited and what you were saying was this barriers to engagement at Liberty High School. Engagement's my favorite word. Barriers to engagement at Liberty and 20 students. So I'd like to know in general, what are we putting in that bucket, right, on that side of the balance scale? And how do I think about that? Because I do think we are overweight as much as we could always do on the professional development and the growth of teachers. I will always worry that there's things we can be doing today to interrupt the negative experiences some of our underrepresented groups are having today. So that being said, I'd love to get a sense of the balance, but also on that particular program, what I didn't hear from it was more of the outcome part of it. So did we find that after that, we saw more engagement from that group? How, where do I see that show up somewhere? I think, we obviously had all-time high graduation rates. Is there something I can glean there from this additional engagement and outreach work, which is maybe my hypothesis I'm always working with? I think what you said in the beginning about the district as a whole not being well sort of prepared or comfortable with the outreach to families of color, I think that's absolutely true. And so I do want to understand, now that we've done more in that space, do we see better engagement? Do we see better outcomes showing up someplace? And how can I understand that is super important. And so those are maybe my big things, like Uber investment. How do I think about it? That program or outreach in specific, the outcome of it, and then is there a scale to the other high schools that we're contemplating there? And then maybe the last part is that I don't see here, but I'm really interested in is Running Start. And do we see a disproportionality in the or any sort of difference in how students are selecting Running Start versus staying in our high schools based on any of these other issues of, I'll call it school environment discomfort? So would I see that people may be choosing a mode outside of our traditional high schools for in some of these groups at a higher rate? I know there's a lot in there, but I ran my gamut.
I don't know, Sydney, I think your last point there, the demographics, is just in how I put it in my notes of Running Start students.
Yeah.
I haven't personally seen that data. I don't know if others in the organization have, but I think that's a great question. And I mean, I think we would have to, the demographics would be a top level view of that data. I think we'd have to peel the onion back a little bit, because I've asked students for years, why they choose Running Start. And a myriad of issues. I'll be honest, and this is part of my own growth journey. It never occurred to me to say, I wonder if I have more students from a particular racial group or even type that might be choosing that. And then the follow-up, of course, why did they choose it? Their reason for choosing it might be different than some other students. I'm fascinated by that.
And that just comes out of some anecdotal conversations I've had with a couple of teenagers that happen to be Hispanic or Latinx, that they specifically are looked for that as an out for them, to feel like they were in an environment that felt more warm, more inclusive for them. And so I would like to explore that more deeply to see if we see any sort of pattern in that selection, exiting the traditional high school building for another solution that tells us something else.
Yeah, I think, Sydney, I know like we've talked in the past about equity work, like how much of it is sort of like focused on kind of changing the hearts and minds of white people, and then how much of it is focused on providing the support to our families of our students of color, families of color that are here right now. And I think that what I would say is that I feel like I see the bucket starting to balance out a little bit. I think that where sometimes it can be a struggle is when we're in moments of significant crisis. I think like the pandemic, and we're doing remote learning, or we're responding to the murder of George Floyd or the Black Lives Matter protests. I think I'm always trying to find a way with our department of how do we continue to build systems? How do we continue to keep this focus here? And then how do we respond to the myriad of crises that are coming up in our district, and kind of supporting the here and now? And so I know that, and Ron can attest, like we have conversations where we're like, yep, we're going to do this because it's, this is about the Black and Brown students and families in our district. And this isn't so much about making other people feel comfortable. But I definitely think there is still probably a disproportionate focus on doing that work. But I am excited I think one thing that I could speak to that maybe is an example of what you're saying is this year we're working on finding a way to be able to track microaggressions that happen within our system, and what that looks like and how that information follows students from building to building. and improving our practices there. And so I think also when we're thinking about engagement, right? Like we're expanding that definition of just like, are you engaged in the lesson? But we're talking about access. We're talking about opportunities and those pieces. And so I think that work is starting to grow. And I think sometimes what you're seeing, just to be honest, is figuring out how to balance the responding to the crises that come up, and then keeping the rest of the work going.
Yeah, I mean, and that's part of why I raised some of these specific points, because I do think, and we've had our share of crises. I've been around, I think it's still only 18 months I've been around, and it's crisis to crisis. And so my worry comes in, and again, it's certainly I care about my Black and brown kids, but I care about my gay ones. I care about my poor ones. There's a lot of them that we while we're busy talking about equity and educating people, those kiddos are having some really bad experiences, right? I came into this organization because of my care about the discipline data. So I was thrilled when we could see that starting to move and shift. But I worry because of all of the, you get back to my why, right? Why I endure all these other really tough conversations is because I feel like we got to get some of this stuff right. And that mix of the investment, to Harlan's point, where do we put our time and our dollars is very important. And for me, it's about, we have to have a gut check over and over again. Are we putting that time and investment and ensuring that we're supporting the marginalized groups? And yes, I want to educate other people, but I need that pendulum. I need us to be really clear on the pendulum switching toward the kiddos. And with that, but if we get back to that example, the Liberty example, like what was the outcome? And is that something we would scale across the other schools?
I feel like I think it would be 100% worthwhile in scaling it across the other schools. The outcome in my conversations with Sean, the principal at Liberty, was that it was very successful. I think that hopefully, we all know that there was an incident that took place at Liberty High School last year, and with Rashad having been on campus and having built that really powerful relationship with those students, and having that connection with the administrators, I think it helped the healing process. When that incident happened, it helped just even processing through with those students and with the administration and some of those pieces. And so I think that that it was a very valuable resource to be able to offer the students. I don't have a quantifiable metric that I could provide tonight, but I think that is something that I could loop in and talk more robustly with Sean around. But it definitely was a value add, and Liberty has continued to keep Rashad on for this school year as well, because it was so effective, and the partnership was so great, not just with the students, but also with the staff at Liberty as well.
If I could just add, because this, first of all, Sydney, you made reference to kind of like our gut check, our check on this. And, maybe it's not intended, but for me, often the monitoring is one of those opportunities for us to, I think this dialogue is just so important. And I appreciate what Director Gallinger said earlier, and I'm going to keep working with my team as we get better at providing presentations in advance so we can have more of these kinds of conversations, because I'm finding this really fruitful right now. Just a few highlights. I mean, I think that this concept of the direct services to students. That is absolutely how our system should be evolving. There'll always be a professional development. I will personally always need to grow professionally in this area, but I certainly don't need the level of it that I was receiving 5 years ago. That I've grown and that, I've actually can get more sophisticated, and I can do a lot of it myself. I can now go be a self-learner in this area as well. We have to continue to get feedback, input from our students of color. And thank you for mentioning all the other students that the board highlighted in their in this policy, in your rationale statement. And we need to keep having the conversations with those students and hearing from them. How was it? We brought this person in to do this work with you. What was your take on it? How did it work? I think that's because I just made a note. Good teachers are good at assessment. I don't think we've really nailed down the assessment of this work yet. So we've got work to do there. I love that part about looking at Running Start, and then Director Gallinger's point about, we are spending money, additional money in places to address things. How do we know we're getting bang for our buck, if you will? Monitoring that FTE. My note was, how do we use our FTE to address disproportionality and remove barriers? And we should be able to come with some examples of how that happened. And it won't always be clean. This is not going to be as quantifiable as me being able to bring you SAT data or something like that, unless we're looking at disproportionality in SAT data. But this has been, we're growing in this. This is our newest EL. I can't remember. I was trying to think if it's third or fourth time I think we've monitored it. I think we're getting better each time. More importantly, though, than the monitoring report itself improving, under Elena and her team, I think the actual work that we're doing is becoming more meaningful and better. So we can get better at this. We'll get better at assessing ourselves. But again, and I've said this before over the years, a lot of people don't really understand policy governance, and they think that it's it's a way that you all don't have to police the work of the district as hard. I think it is the opposite of that. I think this is how this work grows, gets embedded, and there's no better example than EL 16. This has been organically grown up through our system. And I wanted to say that because I really appreciate it. I want you all to know that Elena and I have regularly scheduled meetings. We meet weekly. We often meet multiple times in a week. And we're going to have a lot to talk about. It's actually exciting for me. So I really just appreciate the dialogue that we've been able to have.
So I have a question, and it may be more of a post-pandemic question, but have we given thought to providing equity training to the community? And I guess I mean two things by that. One is sort of the obvious, gee, this is all the work that we're doing around equity, and isn't it interesting? But really more here's why we're doing this. Here's what a microaggression is. Here's what systemic racism is. Because I have a feel, I think our community is probably all over the map with how much of this they understand and how much they're touched by it. Obviously, some families are very touched by it. They live it every day. And others of us are just breezing through life without a clue what's a microaggression. So have we given any thought to outreach to the whole community?
Yes, we've given a lot of thought to this. I think where we've started first is with our PTSAs to provide some professional development to them. Gosh, I was trying to think in many different ways. We've partnered with the PTSA Council to do professional development with individual building PTSAs, and then with the FACE chairs, just to try to do some PD there. I know that I am in talks with Scott, the chief of police for the Issaquah, and we have talked about the possibility maybe of doing like a town hall conversation. There was kind of these popular like uncomfortable conversations with a Black man. And we sort of had talked about doing conversations with the chief of police and equity and diversity, because we both were talking about seeing like polarization, that like if you believe in equity and diversity, then you must hate cops, or if you're a cop, you must hate equity and diversity. And so, and even like having police officers talk about, you know, some of their thoughts on Black Lives Matter and just police brutality and policing. We thought about doing some PD or just some talks that way. We have thought about doing PD, and I want to say too that I echo Mr. Feely, and just that I think it's critical for us to have these conversations, because there is so much equity work to do, that having, you know, kind of narrowing in on like what our focuses are going to be, I think is critical. Like Superintendent Feely was saying too, is not siloing the work to just the equity department. And how do we get that work to branch out into the other departments? But I think us having like a clear focus will help, because it's easy to get pulled into the crises, or to, you know, all the work that needs to be done. So I think even us kind of thinking about a 3-year plan or so of what we're going to be tackling, I think is needed in the future as we go forward. So
Just occurred to me, I know we shouldn't be talking like this in this setting like this, Elena, but we have these cyborg mobile modules. We could just put those out for the general consumption of the public. If somebody just wants to, I mean, they bought them. They, you know, taxpayer dollars created them. Let's make them available to people.
I would watch them. Did the board have any other questions? Don't kill me, but I want to ask for public input, because this is an important subject. There are hands up that have been up for a really long time, so I don't know if they're hands for this issue. They're not going down, so I guess they are. And we are super late, so I'm just gonna, oh, Marnie, I'm sorry.
I know we only have 15 minutes till Elena's connection.
Oh yes, because I'm at the district office. So my internet will shut off in 15 minutes.
So mine was just really a couple of quick things. One, I was really touched by the work that you're doing around highly capable, and there was a whole description of really not, you know, because this board knows I've really been about, you know, we have this fine cutoff and there's no maneuvering around it. And I think we see it in the data that we're capturing. So I wanted to find out, did that work already begin, or is that for the work that's happening right now? Because if that did already happen and our end results are still what they were this year, where we have like 0.18% of the highly capable population is African American, which is, you know, astounding, or whatever. It was like 1 point something for Hispanic families. So I'm wondering, did we start that work and it's still not moving the dial, or are we looking for that to be something that's in the future, next year?
So I will have Susan speak to that. She's the one that really does she and Paige Perry do the highly capable work for the district. So.
Should be able to unmute.
Oh, thanks. Sorry.
Didn't want to do that again.
I would say that it has been a couple years that we have been expanding opportunities and instruction for students who didn't identify for the highly capable program, but I don't believe that that is going to necessarily lead to those students actually qualifying officially for the highly capable program. It's just an effort in recognizing that there are limitations in an identification process that is required to use multiple objective criteria. And while we try to do a lot of things to mitigate disproportionality through the way we line up the tests, the way we look at the results, kind of recognizing that there may just be some bias in the testing, and therefore the idea of spreading the instructional strategies and the expanding the program to students that may not officially be identified is just a way of including more students, even without the requirement of the test scores, so to speak. So for example, at a school that doesn't have a lot of students that qualify for the highly capable program, there's still a SAGE teacher there doing groups who has room to include other students in it.
I think to Director Meraldo's questioning, and just because she's been, I've heard her comments and conversations for the past 5 years, and she can correct me where I'm wrong. If we keep doing the same approach to how we identify what means highly capable, we're going to keep having the same disproportional results. So my challenge to the district would be, are we doing what's best practice for 2020 or doing what's best practice for 1990? And I'm not an educational expert, so I can't answer that question. So it truly is, I don't know. But I do know that, for instance, Highline School District does it very differently. And I'm not saying we're Highline School District, but I think there are learnings across our state of where it's being done differently. And this board cares ultimately about outcomes. And we want to know, what are we offering for our community?
He said it thank you, Harlan, because I think for me, my biggest issue is that whatever our way of measuring which students are highly capable, I still think we have a highly productive program and not a highly capable program. And it's not about what students' potential is, it's what they've already done. Most of them through work and study on the part of their families have gone and trained them and tested them and tutored them so that they're prepared for our highly productive program. And I sit here and I go, I cannot continue to look at the data of how many Hispanic kids are in our highly capable program and how many African-American students are in our program, and look at that compared to the overall population and sit back. Are you telling me that as a general rule, Latino and African-American kids are not highly capable? Because that's what our data shows, is that there's so few of them, they hardly even measure in our program. And I just can't believe that that's a true statement.
We know it's not true, Director Meraldo.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They make up about 9% of our student population. So we have terrible disproportionality there. I will say one thing, because we've struggled with this for a long time in our system. I actually think we have another problem here. And it's difficult, but it's also simple. We have a transportation problem. I think that given that we limit the number of sites, and then we don't provide kind of universal transportation, I've always been concerned that we have people who are self-selecting themselves out of the system. And it's just, it's been a tough nut to crack, and I have to own it because I've been here. And it's just something we have, I've got Elena now who comes into my office and points these things out to me. And we have to, I think there's some structural things that we could do as well. I don't disagree with a lot of the identification issues, and I know there are folks that do that better than we do and we can learn from. But I do think that we've got a few structural problems too.
So
Part
I think we should start capturing it.
Size.
I think we should start capturing it.
But the identification part shouldn't affect, the transportation part will affect Merlin, for example, because that's a
yeah, I was referring to Merlin.
But for SAGE, they're all contained within each school building. So the identification still would show up.
Yeah.
If, regardless of whether they were SAGE or Merlin, they're still given that tag in Skyward for what's highly capable.
Yeah, no, was just, you're right, Director Gallinger. I was referring more to kind of historically what I've seen in the Merlin program. But yeah, there's clearly issues of how we identify. I will say this, we were a district that moved early, one of the first ones to mass testing every student. Now, we may have a problem with the actual tool that we're using to test with. I understand that. And I know some, and Susan, I don't know if this has changed. It's been years since I've done it, but there at one time, we were pretty limited in what they literally, if I recall, the WAC actually even told us what to use. And that was a little frustrating.
It doesn't list out the tests we have to use, but it does say that you have to have multiple objective criteria. So it does limit us in certain ways, but we've gone to a matrix, a matrix score system, allowing for higher scores on some tests and lower scores on others, so that we don't have to hit a cut score on every single test, which was very problematic and left a lot of kids out. So over the past few years, we've done that, but you're not seeing the results in that chart for disproportionality necessarily, but those are some adjustments we've tried to make.
Thank you.
I think those adjustments just continue to support the existing system and structure and nibble around the edges rather than look at what testing instruments we're using and say, are they the most equitable instruments that are available for our student population?
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Okay, do we have any other questions for Elena before she falls into the pit of non-internet? Okay, I will take public input. We are so incredibly late. I'm sorry, I'm going to take 3. So Rebecca Kim. She was there. Rebecca, are you still there? There you are.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I've been listening and just taking notes, and I wanted to just share a few comments. My name is Rebecca Kim. I have 2 children that attend Maywood Middle School, and they were also students at our local elementary. So from what I hear, it looks like the system level work plans seem well thought out. I commend the PD planning that is in process. It all sounds great on paper. It was a lot of words. Moving forward as a board and as staff members, I do invite you to use student first language rather than free and reduced students, Black students, using human or student first language, such as students who qualify for free and reduced, students who qualify for special education. I think those shifts do make a difference and an impact in the way that we speak about our students. So putting action behind equity policies and plans in meaningful ways is always where the hard work happens. I heard a comment about being here and now in the work that's happening, and that sounds reactive to me. The work that needs to also be long-term and proactive, and it needs to be done unapologetically. I think many of you recognize that ISD has a mostly white staff, disproportionate to student enrollment, specifically in some of your schools. The work, so knowing that you have a mostly white employee population, the work on self-awareness, the volume of silence, white privilege, white fragility, those are terms I did not hear, but those are really important areas of work to unpack. So I hope that those are areas of work that will come alongside the content. I don't know if that kind of language is intentionally left out so that it doesn't offend people. But again, I think being unapologetic is recognizing self-awareness of white privilege. Additionally, bias training as an HR strategy on diversifying staff will be a highly beneficial way to bring in more diversity when the majority of your interview teams are often mostly white. My own children have had multiple experiences of racial harassment as students in ISD, despite being in a school with a high Asian population. Not all of these situations were handled with restoration of the damage, with an apparent lack of training of staff in their handling of these situations. I did meet with some board members, and I thank you, Harlan and Marlon, Sorry if I got your name wrong. And I thank you for meeting with me. And there was a district leadership person there at the time about 2 years ago when I brought concerns about racism in ISD showing up in national news, because I wanted to ensure that my children were going to be in a safe culture in the school district where I was sending them. But I was told at that time there was work underway in classrooms by district leadership, and I heard some of that today. But unfortunately, I have not heard about my children's learning about their racial identity or opportunities for them to share and find value in sharing their cultural background. My children's emotional safety and learning around their race and identity is absolutely woke in this household. However, I have and will continue to challenge ISD to bring this policy to life beyond words on paper or a 30-minute presentation at a board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Weed. Oh, do I need? No, you got it.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you so much. Hi, I've spoken before about equity at the last district meeting, school board meeting. So thank you for allowing me to speak once again. Hi to everyone present. I want to, first of all, say I do thank you as a staff member at Issaquah Middle School and a member of our equity team. I thank you a lot for the equity training that we have recently received, because it makes it feel like equity is finally becoming a front and center priority for this school district, as it appears for all of our students of color, our low income students, our LGBTQI students. I thank you for that training. However, I want to note that much like what the parent who just spoke noted, I feel as though while we have these amazing and empowering backstage conversations as teachers, many staff still feel like it is either optional to bring into the classroom or discouraged to bring into the classroom, because we're told we need to stick entirely to our curriculum and we can't address these issues of social justice. And we have teachers who think, I don't want to, oh, I can't do that because I'm just the math teacher or I'm just the science teacher. And they feel limited in bringing these issues to the front and center of their classroom. And I think it impacts their authenticity in the room, and it impacts their relationship with students and the opportunity for our students to feel seen and to feel supported and to feel fought for in all aspects of their identity. And so I want to say, I'd love it if the district took a stronger stance in making our private face public if we are committed to equity. I also want to note that what that parent brought up about the issues with her students breaks my heart. And I would love to see this district potentially work on some trainings towards restorative justice and implementing that into, or implementing restorative justice practices more thoroughly into our schools. I don't know what work we've done on that. I haven't been privy to those conversations, but I would love to see a kind of shift in some of our disciplinary policies and in some of our conversations around harm done in our community, particularly as it applies to micro and macro aggressions within the student body. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Kaylee Byrne.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Byrne. I've also spoke before. I want to thank Elena and her team for all the hard work they're doing. They are a small group that is doing the best they can with very few bodies. It's unfortunate that we cannot have an equity person in every department because, as Superintendent Thiele addressed earlier, this work cannot be siloed. Equity work is the most important thing we should be doing right now. And but I am glad to hear that we're open to funding the equity department properly. Something I'm concerned about, though, is our math curriculum for middle schools. Our curriculum is not aligned to Common Core standards. It's not aligned with our district's equity policy, and it doesn't fall in line with EL 16. And then additionally, we're not really, other than Alex is here, we haven't really been given much to support and embed our, or we haven't been given any supports to embed our curriculum into Canvas, which is our platform that we're supposed to be using this year. Also, the essential learnings that were decided upon in the spring are not in sequence with the curriculum, so we've had to actually create our own curriculum this year. We've not been compensated for any of that work. All the schools are using different resources, which is inequitable. Students will be at different places moving into the next school year, and will have different gaps, making things even more challenging moving forward. According to EL 16, the superintendent is expected to provide equitable access and academic support through our education system and provide a curriculum that prioritizes diverse viewpoints and cultural relevance. This curriculum does not meet these expectations, and our adoption is being pushed back once again. On another note, I do appreciate the professional development we were able to experience on Monday. I feel like it was the first time that we were able to have real conversations and get uncomfortable. And I feel like especially our staff needed that. But I do, I hope one thing that the speaker talked about was the importance of dialogue instead of debate. And I've heard you all talk about dialogue tonight. And I love that. But I do hope that there's soon an opportunity for teachers to have dialogue with the board, as I feel like this input thing is just, without having any discussion, is actually harming our relationship. And I think that there are a lot of teachers that want to start having that that conversation and problem solving, but unfortunately with this platform, we're not able to do that. So, I'm open to talking, and I know there's a lot of other teachers that are too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will say, in pre-pandemic time, we did go out to schools and have listening sessions with teachers. And I, for one, would really like to do that again. Zoom is not the ideal platform, but I look forward to being able to do that. I know we have more hands up, but we're already like an hour and a half behind. So please feel free to shoot your thoughts in an email to the board. We would love to read them. We have a motion on the floor. So I will take a vote. All in favor of EL 16 as presented, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? And the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's gone, but thank you very much. Tom Mullins, I remember him.
Yeah, I think he's still out there somewhere in Zoom land. He was like myself, had decided to not be in the office. Oh, there's Tom.
I was going to bump Elena if he needed to be in the office, because we haven't talked about capital projects in a really long time, and I wanted an update.
Yeah, and we have a lot of stuff going on. So I see Tom is there. So I know we're a little concerned about our ability to maybe share some of the slides and stuff tonight, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
So I'm working from my laptop, so it's not quite as easy as it is when I'm at work. So bear with me.
Yeah, but if you were at work, you couldn't do it at all. So.
Yeah, you'd be
good point.
Dark right now.
Very good point.
The power's on, just not the internet.
And I'm sorry we kept you waiting so long. I knew this was going to happen.
Absolutely not a problem.
Oh, look, that worked.
There you go, Tom.
There we go. All right. Are you seeing elementary 16?
Yeah, it looked just like it did the other day when I walked by.
There you go. There you go. We're moving along there. Roofing's finishing up, exterior insulation, all the mechanical, electrical is getting roughed in on the inside, and they're making great headway. Did that switch to the second slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. There's some mechanical, electrical going in, roughing in, and this is a shot from down on Issaquah Pine Lake Road and bringing all the conduits for power, internet, environment. Wow. Yep, up the hill. That's the third trench that's had to go up there for utilities. They can only do one at a time, and it's the final one. So wow. We're still waiting for the right-of-way permit from City of Sammamish, and I think we're meeting tomorrow with them to get an ETA. Middle School 6, moving along. Again, a tough site. The building's moving along nicely. We're struggling with some of the site and the weather and everything, but things are moving along. And believe it or not, after 8 months of construction, we almost have all the permits out of the city of Issaquah.
I'm not going to comment.
The field, you can see the end of the football field and track. You can see
Tom,
us.
I just wanted to share, I don't know that the board would know this because people aren't really coming down to our office very much, but if you'd been at our office over the last month, you would have seen a lot of structural steel stacked up in the parking lot at 5150. People might be wondering, what's that all about? This site is actually so tight that we needed to store the steel on our admin site. And I'm really glad that we had that room and that large parking lot. And frankly, it's been kind of interesting for me at times to be able to look out my window and see them out there loading structural steel and unloading it. Just different than what we normally see when we look out at that parking lot these days. So I'm glad that we were able to do that. It's an example of kind of, I know we've talked in the past how we bus the workers from our Holly Street campus. We store steel at our 5150 campus. So there's a lot of creativity going into the building of this school on that tight site, I will say. So kudos to all the folks doing.
Treatment of wood beams, storage and treatment of wood beams in the bus loop at Pine Lake Middle School. And they've stored containers of tools and stuff over at the old admin building. So it's been a true partnership with the contractor. Just some underground utilities going in. And the picture on the left shows you just how much water there is in mud on the site. High school number 4, elementary 17, we had a little bit of a setback. We had a meeting earlier in the week with the city staff, and they informed us that the site plan that we'd been using, shared, discussed, and with them for the last year plus, and was submitted as part of our SDP and MSP application, will not meet their FAR calculation. And it was quite a setback, and the team's regrouping and trying to figure out how to move forward. We're back in communication with the city staff and trying to figure that issue out. It was.
So wasn't there some question of getting the city to waive that or something to that effect? Did they decide that wasn't going to happen?
We were hoping for the code allows for a 50% reduction in the FAR, and they finally came around and were willing to exercise the 50% reduction in the FAR. But the new interpretation they've taken of the code, they've reevaluated how they are applying the code, and we can't even meet the minimal 50% reduction the way they're calculating it. So we're our team, the design team, and ISD staff is going back into the code and trying to figure out how to give the city staff an argument they can use to approve the FAR and approve more of the site, which will bring the FAR calculation up and allow us to be able to meet that minimal portion, the minimal FAR. It's,
okay, both Anne and Marnie had questions. So Anne?
Well, mine was along the same line about the code and how they're reinterpreting their code and kind of how that happens right now at this stage. You already addressed part of that.
We all had the same question, and it was a shrug of shoulders, and just claiming that they've reevaluated how they're looking at the code.
Well, but but they also need to look at our project in a fair way compared to how they've looked at other projects, because what I don't want to hear that they're doing is deciding to look at their code differently just for our project.
Understandable. The part of the issue with this code is it's a very restrictive code, and it has not been used much by them. And they're finding out just how, in my mind, how poorly written the code was, and the issues that, I shouldn't say poorly written, the issues that are embedded in the code that cause conflict. And every time they look at it, they discover something different. And that's kind of what happened when we forced them to go deep into the code to get them to approve our site. They dug enough to find parts of the site that we were assuming would help us with the FAR. They've eliminated almost all of those areas. So we're back going into interpretations, going back into PPC planning commission meetings and trying to find some backup to help us to bring some of those portions of the site back into that will assist us with meeting the FAR.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Marnie.
So two things. One is that Suzanne and I and Superintendent Thiele will be meeting with the leadership from the city council there. So if there's specific information that you can provide us, so when we have that conversation, like how would the code need to change? Or what was being considered before that has been eliminated and therefore now we can't meet those numbers and why? If we can get some more details around it, we can do at least some of our conversation, or at least putting that together for us to go to the city council. And I'd have to go with Ron about what can we talk about, or can we just not even talk about it?
That's my fear, Director Moraldo. I think that the city council is going to be under that quasi-judicial and not be able to discuss that. I had a conversation with the city manager today. And I will say that I do appreciate that Wally and his staff, they're receptive to working with us. And I felt like, and I shared it with Tom today, that we had some advice that, we've always tried to go in when we submit packages aligned perfectly with the city staff and the district staff. We've always felt that helped us. But, we don't have to be. We can submit and it can be considered by the decision makers. Remember, the land development department, they're not the decision makers. And it may be that, and I'm just being, blunt here, I guess, we're getting to the place where we've done about all we can do. And Tom, you're the expert, you and your design team. And so I'm a little bit out of my, my comfort zone here, but it may be that we just have to make our case and see what the decision makers, how they would rule on it. So it's an interesting place because we have made modifications and there's other issues. There's a conflict with the tree retention code as it relates to the FAR as well. And it is complicated. This is a complicated project. I'm going to speak to it at the end here tonight. I recently gave an interview related to it. I am still confident we will get a school permitted and schools built on that site. It's been a bit maddening. I won't deny that, but there is a pathway forward for us. I absolutely believe it may not be the traditional path we have taken.
Okay, and then I'm trying to figure out, because, we're getting these generalities about the FAR, but what is the specific issue? Are the buildings not big enough? Are they too wide and not tall enough? Is there just literally what is it that would change? Do they have to be flatter and take up more area? What is it that they need to have occupying the land to make this ratio work?
The comment was made at that meeting. They made a rough calculation that we'd need another 107,000 square feet of building to make this site work. So we would increase our building by 45%.
Marnie, you're muted.
My next question is, can we split off the fields and have then ISD fields separate from the schools so that they're different lots?
And
one's recreational.
Part of the problem with that is, and I appreciate the question, is whether it's a school or whether it's a field, it needs parking associated with it. And the parking is one of the things that kills you. And, you know, to provide enough, the school and the football field need, the two schools and the football field need about the same parking for each of them. So you couldn't split just the field off because you wouldn't have parking for it. And you couldn't split the building off, as I understand it, because you need parking for that. And it's, Marty, it's a very complicated calculation, and we are pushing in every spot we can to see if we can't give them the ammunition they need to be able to go in with a supporting us in all areas of this. When we go to the Development Commission, the City Council, they'll support us in all the areas that they can, or support the project. There'll just be specific ones, in this case, the FAR, as of today, that they wouldn't be able to support. So like Ron said, maybe we don't go in with a 100% staff on our side type thing, but we go in with 9 out of 10 boxes checked where they agree and support the project, and we have one that's left up to the City Council to make a decision on.
I mean, there's a certain irony here in that our next door neighbors want less development on the site, and the only way to meet the code would be to have more development on the site. I feel sort of hemmed in there somehow.
I think that that is spot on analysis there, Director Weaver, President Weaver.
And if anybody's interested on the board of getting a rundown of kind of what the issues are in the calculation and stuff to help you better understand, we can do that for you.
That might be helpful, Tom. I'm not claiming that I'll understand it. I'll probably need a tutorial on it. Because we sat in meetings discussing the FAR before and came away more confused than even when I got it. So I did capture that discussion at one time about what the size of that building would need to be. And I'm sorry, it just seemed a little crazy to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a little mini tutorial, it might be helpful, and if no one else would understand it.
Yeah. And I think they can make it, my team can make it such that it's understandable. It might raise some more questions from you, but it'll give you a good general sense of how the calculation works.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to know what we're talking about, particularly since Marnie and I are going to meet with the city, even though they won't want to talk about it. I would still like to understand it a little better.
Okay, absolutely.
One more question. Do you mind? Okay, so where are you in the process going through the Development Commission, and when do you expect the public hearing that they'll, at least that's what I remember, that they'll ultimately hold?
I would have to go back and look at reevaluate our schedule. We had a schedule with all of these dates in them, but it's slid out so far because we can't get past this point. I can provide that. That's something else that needs to be updated. And I'll have my team update that schedule with the information they know. We might just have to pick a drop dead date that says we're going to apply whether the city's on our side on this issue or not, and move forward. And that will give us a more locked in schedule of when all these dates will happen.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
No, it looks good.
Okay. Maple Hills is out to bid. We get the bids back February 10th, and we'll assess the bids and decide the alternates and everything versus the budget. We'll have the final scope of work at that time and what we're going to move forward with. Beaver Lake, the permit drawings are into the city of Sammamish right now, and working their way through their process. We don't have an update yet as to a schedule from them of when they expect to get back first round of comments or anything like that. As soon as we do, I'll include it in the update. Liberty Stadium is moving ever so slowly. Contractors struggling with the weather and the mud and everything, and we're doing everything we can to assist him, to help him along, but it's moving, and it's looking like about an April 1st date for a finishing. Issaquah High Stadium went into the city. We're waiting the first round of comments back from them, and when we get our first round of comments back, we'll see how in line we are, and we'll probably go out to bid shortly thereafter. We always like to get that first round of comments back so we know what the general changes need to be, and we can get those incorporated in the bid docs, so there isn't less likely a large change order to start the project with. And that's just press box and stand improvements on both sides, visitor and home. And then schedule. Any other questions?
Keep charging ahead, Tom.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're gonna have E16 and middle school 6 done for the start of school.
We're working on it.
Yeah, the answer is yes. As of January 28th, that answer is yes.
There we go. There we go.
Because we are going to have kids back in those schools in September.
Yep.
We're as you all know, we are very, very close to getting the boundaries done. I know that the core teams have been established, and they are anxious to come before the board and begin a process to start identifying school mascots and
Names.
Names of school.
Yeah, I want to name some schools.
Name
work.
Yes.
In fact, want to do something fun for a change. I want to name.
Yeah. Just to clarify, colors is not in the EL. That came forward to me already for middle school 6, because we're going to start. The colors can get embedded into some of the like the bleachers and some things like that. So planning principal McKee came forward and had some, her and her team provided me with, I think, 4 different examples of color schemes that they had researched and had provided a rationale for. Frankly, they were all very good. And I told them, I said, the board's going to name it. The board, they're going to want suggestions, but that they will name the school, they will pick the mascot, and again, they're going to want your help and hear from your community. Of course, they couldn't do it; they can't do that work until they actually knew who their community was going to be. But when they came to me with this conversation about the colors, I'm like, well, what's the big deal? It's the colors, and they said, well, they might be embedded at places in the school, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. So at least I'm not sure about elementary 16, Tom, you might know, but I know Principal McKee was right on top of that. And I'll be honest, I don't even know what they chose ultimately, but looking forward to naming some new schools and getting some new mascots.
Yeah, I stand corrected, because you're right. We name the schools and we do the mascot. We don't do the colors.
Yep.
They were, you know what? They were all lovely schemes. There was nothing crazy, no lime green and pink or anything like that. Well, I don't know, maybe you like lime green and pink, so I shouldn't say that.
All right. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay. Where are we? Legislation. Dr. Gallinger. There's a ledge conference coming up, I heard. And I think Diane wants to know who wants to register for it.
Right. It's only like a 4-hour session. And then
yeah, on 12/21, February 21st from 1 to 5. Correct?
Yep, and then we'll be scheduled for sessions with our legislators that week. So I don't know, are we having students participate in those again this year? And have those students been selected and notified?
Are we going to do students doing it remotely?
You know, if I know we had a conversation about that, Harlan. I'll be honest with you. I think our students. I just don't know the answer. I'll have to double check. But I do know we've had a conversation about. I don't think our students are looking for a lot of more Zoom opportunities and remote opportunities right now. So we certainly would not discourage it if somebody wanted to. I'll have to check back through. Executive Director Hood and see where we landed with that.
Yeah, I think that if they're going to want to participate in the advocacy part of our meetings that week, then they should probably attend the sessions on Sunday. So
yeah,
I don't care either way, but if they want to be meeting virtually with legislators, then they should hear the statewide addresses.
Yeah.
And then if each of you could let Diane know if you'd like to be registered for the conference.
Otherwise, we're waiting for budgets to be dropped, and I don't think there's any point in having really meaningful conversations on sort of what we anticipate the fiscal impact of this legislative session is until we see some numbers. So I'll hold any sort of update on that until that happens. I do want to pivot and talk countywide. Dow presented his Best Starts for Kids levy proposal, which is much larger, and you see the spend that they're doing. If we did that, we'd get skewered. But the levy goes from being 400 million to 811 million, and it's supposed to fund childcare. I sit on that board. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Issaquah School District has still gotten 0 cents out of that $411 million over the past 6 years. And so I think this is a time that we leverage their need for our support into leveraging funds for our community and our kids. We pay a lot for that, and we get very little back. I don't think we need penny for penny or dollar for dollar, but we should get something. And prior to, in previous meetings with the city, having sort of joint efforts at transit-oriented development and childcare facilities and early learning facilities is something that we have a lot of common ground with Issaquah City Council. So I think being able to talk about those things openly with probably our East Side colleagues would be important. The first levy only passed with 56%. You may recall that the Metro levy did not pass because of the lack of East Side support. And that was about 5 or 6 years ago. So I think it's our time to sort of say, hey, this is what we're going to need to see differently in this next funding cycle if we on the East Side are going to be willing to give a lot of taxes and not get anything in return for our students. So more.
I think less than $200,000 made it to East Side as a total, if I recall.
Bellevue got quite a bit.
Because I thought the only thing they paid for was the middle school screener that we were already paying out of our own levy dollars.
Yeah, the expert that was only educational part. Okay. There's a lot of direct service parts that they provide, but again, we didn't get that.
Harlan, do you think that is that a topic? We were just speaking that we've got a leadership, a district leadership, and Issaquah City Council leadership meeting coming up. Is that something we should be broaching them? If we can't talk about high school 4, is that something that we might want to, re-engage and get that conversation going with them again?
I would recommend it. I think that would be something that if we could have a unified front on saying, if you want East Side support for this, we need to see some support for our families and students. I think that's a reasonable conversation, and I think that will catch Dow's attention. Probably one of the few times that Dow might actually look on the map and remember where Issaquah is.
I gave him a driving tour once several years ago. I don't think it must have been that impactful. And to be clear, do our cities haven't, the city of Issaquah, city of Newcastle, Sammamish, have they applied for? Did they try to get any Best Starts money, or have we just been turned down?
Most of the RFPs, as you know, as we've looked at them, have been written so that East Side communities can't even qualify.
Yeah, that's been one of the issues. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it on legislation? Thank you. Works in progress.
All right, I won't go too long here tonight. I did want to say, obviously, the biggest thing that I've been working on is supporting our bargaining teams. They're at the table doing that work right now. So much appreciate that. Also been supporting, I'm really proud of the staff. Dr. Gallinger made reference earlier. I just want to remind everybody, we have a vaccination center set up, ready to go. You've all seen the schematics and the pictures. We are basically just pleading for doses. Get us doses and we will do it. Also related to that, a collaborative effort with the city of Issaquah and Swedish. We have agreed to let them use and stand up a vaccination center at Issaquah High School. Same issue though, they need to get doses. I mean, but we'll work with them. I think the city is actually going to hire somebody who would manage that project. But Mr. Turney has been kind of our point person on this work, and he's a logistical champion. So, and he sits on the task force with the city as well. So we want to get our teachers inoculated. We want to get our community inoculated. It isn't just, so it'll serve us all well. I just wanted to touch briefly on, I mentioned it, that I have continued on kind of a personal journey, but also a professional journey related to equity, professional development, in my role as the Wausau Metro Vice President and President-elect. We've made our focus this year on equity as well. So we've had a few trainings that we've done with superintendents, and then our superintendent group from the Puget Sound ESD has continued in some anti-racist, becoming anti-racist leaders trainings as well. I did want to talk, and I apologize, this is a little bit longer, but I did want to touch on something that came up earlier tonight in public input, and it's something that I'm really struggling with right now. When I sent the message out about our return to in-person learning earlier this week, one of the criticisms that I heard from some of my teachers was they didn't like that I only gave them a 30-minute advance notice on the message. And I'd heard that criticism before, so I tried to give more advance notice. And it's a challenge. I do understand that they were teaching and wouldn't immediately be able to have read the message if they started to get questions from parents. Again, I would encourage them just ignore it while you're teaching, read it, and then address the questions. But I don't like to put them in a tough place. And I do respect that they're my employees, and I always have a cadence of the way information goes out. I literally will write it down. It usually starts with, no surprise here, the board, my admin team, the staff in general, before we go out with a public message. But there's been a troubling development as of late. When I push out a message to my staff, it is my expectation that that is out of respect to them, my communication in advance to them. But we've had situations, and it was touched on earlier tonight, and it didn't come from a message that I send out, but the same thing. Taking that information and immediately posting it publicly on social media sites. So in essence saying, I'm not going to let you, Superintendent Thiele, determine the cadence of your messages. We're going to decide when it's going to go public, and we're going to immediately do it. And in fact, I've had board members say to me, I saw a message, Ron, on social media before we got it from you, and I apologize for that. So I'm struggling a little bit right now. I want to honor that in my employees, but I also want my employees to honor the fact that we have a method and way we do it. And then the other thing I have to say that I find troubling about all of this, sometimes that information coming out of the district directly to our employees that gets posted on social media gets modified with no explanation that it has been modified. And sometimes they're very slight, but slight changes can change meanings. So I'm struggling a little bit with that right now. I'm just sharing this. I'm concerned about what we heard earlier tonight, and I'll put it out there. It's being looked into right now. There's, how is it that we want to provide information, but I will say it again. I said it at the last meeting. Maybe this is going to become something that I have to do every time now. You want to know the official information will be found on official ISD sites. And I know we've got work to do to improve our digital strategy, believe me, and we need to have a more better way of using social media and our website. And we've got a new website design that's coming. It's just, there's a lot of moving parts there. But I just, more than anything, I would ask that people be thoughtful and respectful about how they use information that they attain through their employment with us. And I'm not saying that we turn around and push these things out publicly as well. It's just a little frustrating to me. And I just felt like I needed to kind of get that one off my chest a little bit tonight. But we need to have a conversation about that as a staff, an entire staff. I'm talking about all 3,000 of us, and what would be the respectful way for us to handle messages. And absolutely, it should never be identifiable. It should never be something that somebody can track back and be identifiable to a student or a staff member for that matter, but most certainly to a student. So other than that, and I did have one last thing, and I'm sorry, it kind of came out of public input tonight. We have a tremendous stock of personal protective equipment. There was a comment made about masks and we don't have enough. I want to assure people we have plenty of face coverings. We bought, yes, it's true, we have 2 for every student and employee. We're not talking about bringing every student and employee back right now. We have thousands and thousands of masks. That will not be an issue. We have a great stockpile of PPE because our district and under Mr. Turney in our business office, we're aggressive about going out and acquiring it early on in the pandemic. So that people don't need to worry about that. That's all I have for tonight, President Weaver. Thank you.
Thank you. Announcements and correspondence. We have pages and pages and pages of them, and I will just say this again. We do read it all. We are unable to respond to it all other than to send you an acknowledgement that yes, we saw it, yes, we read it. And I do appreciate the fact that so many community members are taking time out of their days to write us, for the most part, very thoughtful emails about what's going on in the district. So we do appreciate that. I would say if anybody has personal ones, and I do have a couple, I've got to go back and dig through them to send them to Diane. Did anybody have any they needed to share here? Good. We're getting there, people. Calendar and future agenda topics. We talked about the LEDGE conference on February 21st. Our first SIP meeting is February 25th. So that one should be on your calendar. And I'd tell you who it is, but I honestly don't remember. We're doing them differently, right? It's not north, south, and central. It's elementary, middle. I can't remember. Anyway, we have one on the 25th. I'm very tired now. Anything else for future agenda topics? Marnie.
And I've already notified both President Weaver and Superintendent Thiele. I would like to bring back EL2 for an emergency monitoring, specifically the bullet point that states the superintendent may not, so it's bullet point 1, may not use methods of managing information that fail to protect confidential information. And so I know that that will help us to address the issue that came up in public comment today, that has shown up on social media.
Yeah, and I do want to be very clear, and I probably wasn't when that person was giving public input. In no way does anybody on the board think that that was okay. It is a problem that we are going to have to address. Harlan?
And just because we, oh, sorry.
I would just say that we need to assume that less than 1% of the community actually watches this. So while I totally appreciate our superintendent's response and heartfelt feedback on that, I think without formal communication from the district, the community is left to assume that we don't care or that we don't know or something worse. And that's why it's important. This is not the forum for mass communication to the community. This is where we dialogue and sort of have conversations on, 30,000 foot level discussions. So I think we can't assume that just because we say it here, that it will get out to the community, nor would we necessarily want it to through this medium. So I would request that there is a formal communication to the community about this, because I think that if it's something that the majority of this board is concerned about, then as the connection to the community that we represent, I think that's a really big issue that needs to be sent out yesterday.
I will share, Harlan, and Assistant Superintendent Heckman, who is doing some investigative work into this matter for us and has been having conversations with council. She did contact me early this morning to provide me with an update, and I had to tell her that I was not in a place at that time where I could do that. We have a meeting scheduled tomorrow. We're going to try to gather information because we just wanted to make sure we had that before we started, before we crafted the communication. But we have a kind of a broad outline, because absolutely, and I still don't fully understand what we can or should be able to do, and that's why I'm trying to wrap myself around that. But I hear what you're saying around the communication.
And it's not just external communication, that's what I was referring to, but I sure hope that there's an internal communication that I would like to see as a board member, where every staff member is then being given some clear guidelines, because I certainly, as a community member, don't want any member of our district to be sources of information for random social media platforms. The only source should be you or Alicia Engels.
The official, yeah, I agree.
Well, and there is a FOIA request. You can ask for information, and there is a freedom in doing that, but it also allows us to make sure that whatever information we do give extracts any details that might identify somebody, that might be something that we're legally bound to keep confidential. And I think our superintendent and I think our admin staff understands that, but I don't know that that permeates down to the building level. And so that's where I'm concerned that there are some managerial structures that need to be either reiterated or put it in place. We are great about all the rules around what you do with money, and we pass our financial audits with flying colors. So we need to have the same concern around confidential information that staff members have. And I think there's more, it's not this EL, I think there might be just more regulations around and best practices around staff use of social media. I mean, I pretty much said that I'm social media distancing really, really well. That's what I've done during COVID, is I've done a lot of social media distancing instead of physical distancing, because it's just too much. But we have to be in that space as a district. Mm-hmm. And I went to our own site. We allow people to post. Outside people have posted on our Facebook page, and they all comment. And it should be closed. It should be a one-way communication tool, and I'm not quite sure why it's not set up that way.
That's a great point, Director Moraldo. We actually have had this conversation. I don't know, not as a board, but as a system several years ago, and frankly made the choice at that time to be an open forum. But you're right. I think that we need to revisit that. That was at a time when we were trying to be fully transparent. Now we could pull down.
We still are trying to be fully transparent.
You know, but the reality is, this is one man's opinion here. It just seems that social media space is becoming, in our current situation, more toxic, and we've been having that conversation. What legal counsel has told us is either it's an open forum or it's a closed forum. You can't decide who gets to post and who doesn't. And we chose initially, again, to be an open forum, and it's been that way for a number of years, but times seem to be changing.
Yeah, I mean, just like the comment section on when we went live, you have people from other countries that are coming in and starting to make comments in the chat. So it's like, please turn off chat. And I think it's the same kind of thing. We don't know who's going to be coming in and posting things on our page. So I don't think it's safe for us to be just having it open to anybody can post. And if it's either it should just be we post and no comments, no posting back.
I mean, I think there's two different things going on right now. One is annoying, but probably not illegal, which is taking documents or information that comes to staff an hour before it goes to community and saying, ooh, look, we can scoop the superintendent. We can get it on Facebook first. That's annoying. There's probably nothing illegal about it. But when somebody is taking confidential information that they gleaned by virtue of their position and making it public, that's totally different, and that is not okay.
I guess I agree with what you just said, Suzanne, but I think the first one is not just annoying. And why I've left every social media platform, similar to what Marty said, is because it is not going unaltered. And that's when I exited my engagement with at least a couple of the ones we've been talking about tonight, because it isn't just reposting, they are being altered. Okay. And the intent of the communication is being altered. And I think that's where I want to make sure we're exploring not just internal confidentiality or integrity questions of employment, but also the potential legality issues of altering the intention of message, which is what is, both of those things are happening. So it would be different for me if it was just, here's the copy and paste, but there's been some, in my opinion, intentional editing that's also problematic.
And I hope with the internal communication that we lead with the why. Like, we want to be as forthright and transparent with staff and to let them know early on, out of respect for them. But when this keeps getting leaked into Sydney's point, like transformed and then sent out into the community with an intent that seems to be malicious, our job, what we need to do is quit shooting ourselves in the foot. And what we've been asked very clearly from every part of the community is to do what we can to not create divisiveness in the community. And so I hope that's really the goal of this conversation and dialogue, is the parts that we can control to decrease the divisiveness in the community on social media or otherwise is why we're having this conversation, because I think there's internal and external communication that really needs to lead with, this is why we're doing it. It's because we want to protect confidentiality. We want to have less divisiveness in our community. And we want to make sure that there's trust in communication, because we've heard over and over about how teachers, parents, community doesn't trust our communication, whether it's too much, too little. But I think a lot of it has to do with how it's coming out, of which we're finding we have only this much control of.
Yeah.
Well, and I was going to add to that on that first part, as far as the communication that Ron's providing to our staff. I mean, teachers are professionals and they want to be treated as professionals, but they need to behave professionally. And when there are internal communication, that needs to be respected, because there is a plan to communicate with them first so that they have an understanding of the plan and what's happening before we communicate with the public. So, I mean, I think if there is an onus on them to behave professionally.
No, and I agree with you. The only point I was trying to make was I didn't think there was a legal issue around it. Now, to Sydney's point, if they're transforming it, that's different.
I didn't realize anything was being changed. I guess I'm not even on social media enough to see this.
Yeah, I think again, one of the many things I did not go to school for was law. So that's not but I see an intentional perspective being placed on top of material. And the truth is, I think it's the right point, right? There's a reason why we can't have nice things. And I personally take umbrage at the fact that the feedback we get is somehow this is about our divisiveness, which is ridiculous. We represent so many different constituencies and can manage to have civil discourse week in and week out. And the truth is, people have to take accountability for there is intentional manipulation occurring. And I do believe there's something that has to be addressed there very directly. And then internally, from not only an integrity, but a confidentiality standpoint, the release of that information is completely wrong and should have consequence, one, but also to have that come back to us as somehow we're a divisive force, I reject 100%. That is a cop-out and a lack of responsibility.
Yeah, and I want to make one more point on this, which is, and I started this when I was running for office back in, when was that, 19. And I joined a whole bunch of community Facebook groups because I wanted to know what people were saying. I wanted to hear the comments about the school district. I wanted to know what my opponent was saying about me, which was happening quite a lot. And I've stayed on Facebook groups and joined some other ones totally as an observer. I do not post, but because I want to know what people are thinking. So I'm interested in the comments that they make about various school district issues. Now, I have never thought of my membership in any closed Facebook group as an endorsement of a position. If the world is shifting that way, then maybe I'm going to have to rethink things. But the fact that I belong to a group doesn't mean I endorse it. It means I want to know what the people in the group are saying. And I just somehow felt that needed to be said because I heard some very different things during public input. And did I respond to something? No, I don't see everything that gets posted. I was not aware that there was a privacy issue being violated, or I would have brought it to the superintendent's attention.
Suzanne, I 100% agree with what you're saying. I joined more of these groups because even though people seem to forget it, I'm a mom with kids in the district trying to figure it all out too, right? So, there's resources, that's going to be helpful. But then to see this, from my perspective, a purposeful coloring of information, that's what for me was just too much. Like, I guess I don't need this help. I can go get other moms' helps from other places. I don't need this one. So that's the piece for me that's problematic. And I do think there's a couple issues to be addressed.
I think for us, as I bring it to a future agenda topic, I would recommend that we talk about what does the board expect from a digital strategy?
Yeah.
Because I think that we have to own the part that we as a district have created a vacuum, and out of that vacuum have come these various different groups. So by not having a cohesive digital strategy or digital presence, we shouldn't be surprised that this is what's happening. So, and I think that part is board work, because that may be then superintendent recommendations that we're going to require more budget for, or whatever. I don't know the answer to that, because I know Alicia's just getting her feet under her, and now more than ever to say,
so many things we need to prioritize, but I do agree with you. I do agree with you. And it was not my intent to push her out even as far as we did, but it's been a nightmare.
I made time.
Schedule these meetings. It's 10:58. So I'm sorry.
I think Alicia wants to say something.
Oh, I was going to say, thank you for addressing that. I know it kind of came up kind of organically in conversation at one of our executive sessions. So, and I don't take it personal, or I don't take it as if it wasn't a priority. I just know there are a lot of priorities, but I do really value the feedback of the board as we determine like what are some of our priorities and pillars as far as really creating the strategy to move forward with communications. And so, yeah, your feedback really matters a lot as we formulate what that's going to be and start. Well, I've already started putting some things in motions, but it's going to take. It's a long ways up. We're starting right now. So there's a lot of growth opportunities, which I am acclimating with, and talking to different vendors and getting to know the team and their strengths and our challenges as a department. And so I've enjoyed it. And Sydney, thank you. Sydney and I spoke today for a while. She shared some stuff specifically from her role right now at Microsoft too, which would be beneficial for us creating some planning pieces for the team as well. So I do appreciate that, the mention though, Harlan, thank you.
Okay, Anne, did you have something you wanted to say? I thought I saw your hand.
No, I was just wondering if once we were almost done that we could go back to our exec session.
Actually,
needed to.
I apologize. I texted you, Director Weaver. The team is kind of been bugging me now for about 15 minutes that they need me. They need me in caucus. So I was just hopeful that we would wrap up. I don't think I will have anything, Director Moore. I mean, I don't.
The board could also use a break. If we go into exec session, we could take a break while you decide if you really want to come back and talk to us.
Sure. I mean, they're literally, now they're freaking out because my phone is ringing, they're calling me.
Yeah,
I
think we should give you a chance to talk to them and decide if you want to come back and talk to us in exec session. And the board needs a break. I need to use. So that would serve both sides.
So can we have a 15-minute break? Would that be enough?
That works for me. And then can Stephen throw us into a room?
Yeah.
Because
have Stephen put us in a room for exec session. The board can go off and take a break, and then Ron, you can step out of the room or just go in another place and decide and come back.
So you're adjourning this meeting though? Yes.
I am adjourning this meeting. The board will resume its executive session after a 15-minute break, and that may go 1 minute or it may go 20 minutes.
Right. We'll say 20 minutes, and then if we need to extend it after that 15-minute break, we'll just do that because we can extend it.
Okay. So yes, and Jake is here. So I am adjourning the official school board meeting. If Stephen can put us in a room, we'll go up. There we go. If everybody can join the room, and then we'll reconvene at 11:16.
Thank you, everybody. I'll see you in a few.
Thank you.